St. Pete was sweet. Miami got their groove on and wrecked the Rays in 4 straight. So it's on to Chicago, sunshine, friendly confines, Cubbies. It's a 3-gamer at Wrigley, Marlins and Cubs. Chicago, one of our favorite stops. The Marlins are here. A weekend series begins. The Fish tied for first in the National League East. The Cubs are hot as well. Hi, everybody. Rich Waltz along with Tommy Hutton. Isn't this a great view out of our office window? What a place to come to work.
Yeah, this is absolutely amazing, and it's certainly a different venue than the Trop. But the Marlins are going to have to keep the same momentum going.
Well, they have the momentum with the bats, especially at the Trop in those 2 games. 3 guys in particular had a nice stay in St. Pete.
Yeah, it was good to see the middle of the order absolutely crush the ball. Giancarlo with his 17th home run. He now has 53 RBIs. By the way, an over 300 batting average and 6 home runs in his career against the Cubs. Marcell Ozuna, the quietest 11 home runs and 37 RBIs on the planet. He had a big game against the Rays yesterday as well. But let's not forget Casey McGee, a 4-for-5 game. And Hits McGee continues to get base hits and drive in big runs. 429 with runners in scoring position.
Of course, McGee started his career as a Cub, so this is a special place for him to come. There's a lot of ex-Marlins and a lot of ex-Cubs facing each other. We'll have that for you. And the first pitch as the Marlins and the Cubs begin a 3-gamer in the friendly confines. Florida is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. By AT CHN UVerse TV. Check availability. 1-800-PICK-AT&T. Rethink possible. By Checkers. Checkers brings big flavor for a small price. Feed your craving for quality for only $1. Cha-ching. And by your South Florida Honda dealers and sfhondadealers.com. Come on inside Wrigley Field. Marlins and Cubs, game 1 of 3. Let's check in with Allison Williams. Hi, Allie.
The Marlins power to an 11-6 win over Tampa Bay, not just by the usual suspects like Giancarlo Stanton, Casey McGee, and so forth, but a couple of rookies making their major league debut, getting it done for the Fish at the plate. Justin Bour with his first big league hit, running out the infield single, something not expected of him, but able to get the job done. He said, hey, I'll take the hit any way it can come. Now joining him, also getting his first big league hit right after him in the next AB, JT Realmuto. So he gets a hit, Bour gets hit. They both got 2 actually on the night, a special night for the rookies, and they become the first duo making their MLB debuts to record their first hits in consecutive plate appearances since 1974. A special night for both of them, one that they will certainly always remember, and we're happy to share.
Dream come true. It was awesome. Rounding first base, I can't even describe the feeling. I looked up at my parents and they were up there cheering. It was nice.
Growing up, I didn't think my first big league hit was going to be an infield single, but I'll take it. It's a good way to start.
Not many people expected him to beat out an infield single, so it was pretty awesome to see that happen.
His hit was a lot cooler than mine, but if I didn't get that hit, he probably didn't get that hit after me, so it was pretty cool.
Both guys excited to be here at Wrigley Field. Realmuto grew up watching the Cubs at home in Oklahoma. He said, this is the place that I always saw guys playing in the big leagues. And for Bour, kind of odd to be making his first major league appearance at Wrigley Field here. He was, of course, a member of the Cubs. He said, this isn't how I expected to get to Wrigley, but I'm happy to be here nonetheless. Guys.
Yeah, it's sweet for him to get here as the Marlins snatched Bour up in the minor league Rule 5 draft from the Cubs organization last year. All right, the Marlins come to the plate in this orderly fashion, and it's brought to you by JM Lexus. Christian Yelich at left, Ed Lucas gets the start at second. Giancarlo Stanton just keeps on keeping on, and he always seems to hurt the Cubs. Casey McGee was a Cub long ago. He got his major league debut with the Cubbies. Garrett Jones, Marcelo Zuna, Adeiny Echeverria, Jeff Mathis, the start behind the plate, and he catches Nathan Eovaldi. And on the mound for the Cubs, Jason Hammel, our Chevron starters. Hammel is having a terrific year.
Yeah, Guy Rich, the Marlins have seen in the past. They've seen him with the Colorado Rockies, but he's off to a tremendous start, having a great year. He's keeping that sinker down. He's keeping his slider down in the strike zone.
Christian Yelich against Hammel. Pitch-a-penny brings you the first pitch. And a strike to Yelich with Lucas and Stanton to follow. Hammel is 31. Port Orchard, Washington is home for this right-hander. Yelich dribbles one to the right side. Emilio Bonifacio, of all people, is there, and the defense for the Cubs is dotted with former Marlins.
Well, we'll connect the dots, if you will, as we check in on the defense for the Cubs. There's a former Marlin, Chris Coughlin in left, Junior Lake in center, Nate Shearholtz, the right fielder, Valbuena at third, young shortstop Starlin Castro. There's Bonifacio, he's at second. Anthony Rizzo, not a Marlin, but he is certainly a South Florida kid, and John Baker behind the plate handling Jason Hammel.
Hammel pours in a strike, and he's been doing it all year long. Ed Lucas at the plate. Hammel, a 2.78 ERA, and in his last 3 starts, he's really been dynamite. A 1.96 Ernie and a 2-1 record.
Here's one of the things to think about with Hammel, who comes into this game 55 and 62, but 6-3 this year with a 2.78. He's pitched in the American League East. He pitched for Baltimore. He pitched in Colorado, in Denver, with the Rockies. He now has a thick infield. He's got a good place to pitch, and he's keeping the ball down. That's why he's off to a good start.
So change of venue has been big for Hammel, and these are the last 3 outings that we talked about. His last start on Saturday, he beat the Brewers by a score of 8-0. And the Cubs are hot. They just swept the Mets, beating the Mets here last night. Anthony Rizzo homering in that ball game. So the Marlins come in having won 4 straight, and the Cubs arrive with a 3-game win streak. All sets up this weekend series.
The other thing too, Rich, the Cubs have won 5 of their last 6 home games. So You know, forget about their record, their overall record. They're playing better baseball now. And the Marlins are going to see their top 2 pitchers in Hamill today and Jeff Samardzija tomorrow.
Rich Renteria, a former Marlin, in his first year as a major league skipper. No swing. John Baker sliding out to block that one. The count's full now. Hamill doesn't walk many people. In 11 starts, just 15 walks. There's a look at Bake, who got hit in the throat the other day and could barely speak above a whisper. And for him, that's torture.
That's killing him, he said. One of the most talkative catchers.
Lucas rips one into right field for a base hit.
So it's going to diminish the conversations around the home plate area today. Good swing by Ed Lucas.
Here comes Giancarlo. Here's a look at Lucas's swing.
So far, the Marlins, especially if you look at the 4 games against the Rays, have really benefited with Donovan Solano, certainly a big home run in St. Pete, and Ed Lucas. They've both been playing exceptionally well.
Well, so has Stanton. And Giancarlo climbs in. His 17th homer of the season was a laser yesterday out to left field at the Trop. He was 4 for 9 in those 2 games, a double and a homer. And his double nearly tore a hole through the fence in game 1. Hamill gets a strike. Hamill is not easy to homer against. And the Cubs, as a rotation and a relief corps, have not given up many home runs this year either. Oh, 2. Always when you pull into Wrigley Field, you want to look up at the flags and check the wind. Both the hitters and the pitchers are interested to see.
A little bit in, a little bit right to left. But I guess you could say, by Wrigley Field standards, a slight breeze.
Stand in the air. Junior Lake is out in center. Coming in from right is Shearholtz, and he makes the catch. You could see that bright sunshine reflecting in Shearholtz's glasses.
You could also see the effects of the wind on that fly ball, kind of knocking it down and bringing it into right center.
All right, now here's Casey McGee. Now, McGee has played here many times. He got to the big leagues in 2008, finally as a Cub. Cubs tried to sneak him through waivers, and the Brewers claimed him. That's how he got to Milwaukee, and in the same division with the Cubs, was able to come in here and hurt the Cubs on occasion. Thing about McGee, though, as a Cub, he spent 4 years in the high minors, stuck in the Cubs organization, because they had Aramis Ramirez at third, and he had an enormous contract. All the while, McGee was piling up impressive numbers in the minor leagues.
That guy Aramis Ramirez was always around the career of Casey McGee.
And he hits a smoking liner right at Bonifacio, and Jason Hamill is through the first. We are underway in the sun at Wrigley. neighborhood around Wrigley Field. Marlins and Cubs are underway. That's pretty sweet. Jam Lexus brings you the starting lineup for the Cubs. They're hot. They just swept the Mets in 3. Emilio Bonifacio, Junior Lake. The pride of Parkland, Anthony Rizzo, Stoneman Douglas High School, is having a very nice year. Starlin Castro, Luis Valbuena, Nate Shearholtz, Chris Coughlin gets a start in left. And right behind him is John Baker. Jason Hamill hits 9th.
Believe it or not, this will be the first time that Nate Eovaldi has ever pitched against the Cubs. Obviously, the first time he's ever appeared here at Wrigley Field. So trying to just continue what he did in his last outing. Got a no decision, but he pitched extremely well. Should have won the game. Went 8 innings, gave up 6 hits and just 2 runs to the Braves.
He's trying to slow down a Cubs lineup that suddenly has some hot hitters in it. First, it's Emilio Bonifacio. And Bonifacio takes a fastball for a strike. Bonifacio, a Marlin from 2009 through 2012. And in 2011 and 2012, he stole 70 bases combined in those 2 seasons.
You know, Bonifacio, always exciting, always fun to watch and be around, and certainly one of the more versatile players in the league.
And versatile certainly with the Cubs, playing at second base and in center field at times this year. He said he did have a ball game over at third base, but he said that was just an emergency. That is strike 3 called inside corner. Eovaldi dots the black, and Bonifacio caught looking.
Good job when Eovaldi works that fastball. Everything works off that fastball, the slider, the curveball. Pretty much a perfect pitch. May have been just inside, but had some good movement to it.
Brian Gorman calling balls and strikes. Tony Randazzo, Marcus Patillo, and David Rackley, the umpires here on a glorious afternoon at Wrigley Field. And Eovaldi misses down low. Of course, Eovaldi is a hard-throwing Texan. There's Junior Lake as he stands in. Out of Alvin, Texas, in that Houston area, and I'm sure that Tyler Kolek probably has followed a little bit of Eovaldi's career. Eovaldi pitching in the Dodgers organization, was going to go to Texas A&M. The Marlins selected Kolek last night with a 2nd overall pick, and believe it or not, he throws harder than Eovaldi. Kolek can live in the hundreds.
Well, certainly big. You think about a high school kid, he's 6'5", 260 already. It's still growing.
We were endeavoring to get Tyler to join us by phone today, but today's high school graduation at Shepherd High School.
You can't bother him on graduation day. We'll give him a shot tomorrow. Hopefully we can connect with Tyler.
Shepherd, Texas is an hour northeast of Houston. Grew up on a 10,000-acre farm, and he signed a letter of intent to pitch at TCU, which is a nice program as well.
By the way, the challenge for Nathan Eovaldi today is a lot of left-handers he'll be facing in the lineup. He saw Bonifacio.
Lake lines one, Stanton over there, and he makes the catch.
Then you have Rizzo, a lefty, Anthony Rizzo, Castro, a righty, and then the rest of the lineup left-handers. Lefties have hit a little bit better. Here's the defense. Sunny afternoon. Make sure you have the shades on. Yelich and Ozuna and Stanton in the outfield. How about Casey McGee? #1 in the National League in fielding percentage for third baseman. Echeverria, Lucas, and Jones around the infield. Jeff Mathis back behind the plate.
Anthony Rizzo now, and Rizzo, who's been enjoying himself at the plate of late, takes a strike. Last night belted a game-winning solo shot in the 7th.
Yeah, the Cubs swept that series against the Mets.
He had a 2-homer ball game about a week ago, and he's just having a terrific year. His last 31 games on base at a .422 clip. Fouls it back. Of course, Rizzo still young, 24, Parkland, Stoneman Douglas High School. Originally drafted by Boston back in 2007.
Can't wait till the Cubs come to Miami. Said he'll get to stay at home a few days.
Echeverria waits for that ground ball as it comes through the central cut infield, which is very thick and very slow. Scoreless ball game so far in Chicago. Packages await 305-480-2523 or go to marlins.com/groups. Garrett Jones, and he lines one into left field. Jones is red hot right now. Against the shift, Jones shoots it out to left fielder Chris Coghlan.
A couple of things very interesting. In the first inning, all four Marlins hitters looked at a first pitch strike. So that first pitch, Garrett Jones jumped on it. And you mentioned the shift. The Cubs do a lot of shifting. So we'll see that a lot in this 3-game series.
Jones coming off a ball game in which he had 3 hits yesterday afternoon. Marcell Ozuna had 4 hits in that series, including a home run yesterday, a blast to right center field. He's hit in 6 straight, has Ozuna. And he takes down low.
And by the way, Garrett Jones was telling me before the game, very comfortable, loves playing here. Of course, all the games in the Central Division as a Pirate. And Jones always said he hit the ball well here at Wrigley.
He went around. The count is 1-1. Of course, day baseball was the norm here for so long before they finally put in lights. They had a limited amount of night games. It does feel odd to come here and play an entire series in the daytime. Friday afternoon, Saturday afternoon, Sunday afternoon.
Old school.
It is old school. Are we going to take the train down to Dallas after this? Marlins head down to take on the Rangers.
Well, we'd have time because Monday is an off day.
Ozuna looking down left field. There you go, a little old school. One of the rooftop venues. The Mets and the Cubs series were all night games here, which is an oddity too.
Well, we have talked, Rich, and certainly as the last votes came out, Giancarlo leading outfielders. But as far as all-stars, You got to start punching in that ballot for Marcell Ozuna and Casey McGee, guys that are both in the top 10 in RBIs.
July 15th on Fox, the All-Star game. Ozuna went. Ooh. Tony Randazzo brings him up.
I think he tried to conceal it, but I think he did go. Yeah, that one's so close, because you have to ask yourself, did he really offer at the ball? That's the question. Did he make an attempt to hit the ball?
And that's how the rule is written, and that's how tough it is. If you're the first base or third base umpire, you are having to interpret that in real time. It's not does the bat cross the plane of the plate. It's not does his wrists break at the ball. It's in the umpire's mind if the hitter attempts to strike at the ball. Here's Echeverria now. Etch in the 7th spot. Couple hits in St. Pete. It was a 4-game block for the Marlins against the Rays. 2 in Miami, and then the last 2 in St. Pete. Marlins winners 11-6 yesterday. A 5-4 squeaker on Wednesday, and of course back in Miami, that 1-0 masterpiece on Tuesday by Henderson Alvarez, and on Monday a 3-1 win when Randy Wolf was so good.
When the scuffling Rays are hosting Seattle tonight.
Jones is running. Echeverria is hitting, and it's in the air to right. Shearholtz battling the sun. Jones late to get back, and he finally does. That's a veteran move by Garrett Jones, because he saw Shearholtz battling the sun. He didn't want to go all the way back.
That's a great point, and that is one of the first things he brought up to me when we were talking. He goes, you know, because at that time, it was 2-3 hours ago, he said at game time, and as the game goes on, that sun's going to be a factor. So he knew that the sun was going to be a battle for guys on the right side. So he kind of holds and then makes sure he gets back just ahead of the throw from Shearholtz, who has a terrific arm in right field.
Yes, he does. So with 2 outs, here's Mathis now. Jeff getting the start behind the plate. Of course, one of the highlights of yesterday's ball game, the Major League debuts of Justin Bour and JT Realmuto. Realmuto getting the start behind the plate. Drove in 3 runs, had a couple of hits. Bour had 2 hits and an RBI. And especially sweet for Bour to show up here at Wrigley Field, because he came up in the Cubs organization. And when he stalled a bit, the Marlins took him in the Rule 5 minor league draft. There's Realmuto on the left, Bour on the right. Bour is a big guy.
Boy, he is, isn't he?
And his base hit is, he said it on Marlins Live, I never thought that my first major league hit would be a little infield single. It was a little dribbler up the right side. Realmuto swung the bat very well yesterday. In case you missed it here, and the interesting thing, it's their major league debut, and they had back-to-back at-bats in which they got a hit. It's the first time since '74 this has happened.
There's that high chopper, no play at first base. And you're right, a big guy. Bour goes about 240, 245. All smiles.
Mathis swings and misses.
And I think everyone was impressed not only at the base hits that Realmuto got, but also his catching behind the plate. He did a nice job defensively.
You talk to some Marlins executives, they will tell you that Realmuto may be the best athlete that the Marlins have in their organization. Terrific high school quarterback in Oklahoma. Good speed. Apparently can dunk with a variety of hands and angles, a behind the head dunk. All that stuff for a catcher is pretty incredible.
And adds to that potential football team the Marlins could put together.
That's right. I think Mathis is on that team. Here's a 1-2. What's up, Allie? You've got more?
Well, when I talked to Realmuto before the game, he said that being able to catch for a few innings yesterday really helped him just settle in and get more comfortable before he went up there for his first AB. And talking to manager Mike Redmond, he was very impressed with how he managed the game. He said he really looked like a veteran out there. As a young guy, your first big league start, that's not easy to do. Really impressed with the poise he showed behind the plate.
Thanks, Allie. And you would expect he'll get another start or two in the next week. And for Bohr, the Marlins are headed to Texas. 2 more opportunities to use the DH.
Yeah, that's right. And to Allison's point, a little more relaxing for Realmuto, probably not so much for Bohr, who was the DH. He couldn't play defense.
He had to sit around and think about his first at bat. 2-2. Runner on the move and a swing and a miss. Down goes Mathis. Hamill has given up a hit in each inning, and we are still scoreless in Chicago. Scoreless ball game. Marlins and Cubs in the bottom of the second. Time for the AT&T fan photo. Hashtag your photo at FL Fan Photo, and it's a chance to have it shown in an upcoming telecast. It's a Garrett Jones fan out there in the outfield. You see a lot of different folk, fans from all over come to Chicago to watch ball games. See plenty of Marlin caps and jerseys. Bleachers are just about filled. A lot of the rooftops have occupants. Burgers have been grilled. Actually, out there, you've got probably steaks and seafood and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I think you get an upgrade in the food in the rooftop seats.
Starlin Castro, Luis Valbuena, Nate Shearholtz.
Unusual for Starlin Castro to hit cleanup. He's done so 36 games, but according to Rich Renteria, he's most likely guy right now. He's been driving in runs, and they really don't have that pure cleanup hitter.
Castro in his 5th year with the Cubs, and for Castro, a bit of a disappointing year last year. A .245 average, slugged just .347. Guy's about to give you the finger there, Tommy. He had a whole box of them. Outside corner. Eovaldi may have gotten a break. Castro didn't like the call.
No, the thing about Castro, he's in there all the time. He played 161 games last year. Played 162 the year before, and he played 158 in 2011. So he hasn't missed many games.
You saw Eovaldi did get a break there. And he goes right back to that spot, and Castro fouls it off. Nathan Eovaldi is just 24. This is start number 13 for Eovaldi. Pitched well his last time out, but lost the ball game. Actually didn't get a decision in a 4-2 loss. And he heats it up to 97, and Castro can't catch up. That's strikeout number 2.
Boy, that's some good heat right there from Nathan Eovaldi. Trying to pick up his 5th win today, and trying to pick up his 2nd win on the road. And right there he just said, here it comes. There's that high fastball, and he threw it right by Castro.
Of course, remember, and this certainly was on, I'm sure, a lot of teams' minds yesterday as they draft, the issues with elbows and Tommy John surgery. Eovaldi had his surgery in high school. Echeverria, and he makes the catch. Difficult spot there by the bullpens. Etch makes the play. We talked about big Tyler Kolek in the first round. Blake Anderson, a catcher out of Mississippi, 36th overall. And the 43rd overall, Justin Twine, shortstop. Those are your day 1 selections for the Marlins yesterday.
Well, our congrats certainly to those young men.
And I think had Eovaldi not had the Tommy John surgery in high school, he would have been an early round guy. As it was, he fell to the 11th round, and that's where the Dodgers took him. Shearholtz fouls it off.
Hey, by the way, we saw Echeverria go into foul territory, battle the sun. You got to battle the bullpen if you're down either line here at Wrigley Field. And this infield, it's quite a transition from the Trop, where the infield was fast, the artificial surface, and you come here, as you like to say, that central cut. The grass is thick, everything's a little slower. So this is quite a transition from these two ballparks.
All the Marlin infielders took a lot of ground balls trying to adjust to it this afternoon during batting practice.
We saw Echeverria lay back on a ground ball that Rizzo hit. Now he's okay with that because Rizzo doesn't run well, but if he does that with a Bonifacio, he may beat it out. So the infielders are going to have to adjust to that.
And you ask groundskeepers why pretty much the American League Central and the National League Central has the central cut, so to speak, a Velcro type infield. It's because they can. It's easier to grow this type of grass. Marlins Park, of course, retractable roof. You have to have a different blend. That's a fast infield. Out to center, Ozuna has it, and Nathan Eovaldi has been nice and tidy. And a 1-2-3 second. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Miami Marlins. May not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. Accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Miami Marlins.
A lot of headgear, a lot of sun protection here at Wrigley today.
Bright day out on the lake as well as Eovaldi gets his first look at Jason Hammel. Christian Yelich, Ed Lucas due up here in the Marlins half of the third. The Cubs rotation, I mean, you look at the year that Hammel is having, he's having an all-star caliber year. His ERA is hovering around 2.5. Jeff Samardzija, his ERA about 2.5. Marlins will see Samardzija tomorrow afternoon. It's Randy Wolf who goes for the fish, and then Jake Arrieta against Henderson Alvarez on Sunday.
There's Samardzija, the Shark. Yeah, the Marlins are seeing the top two in the first two games of this series. The other thing in the year that Jason Hammel is having, walks and hits to innings pitched below 1. And that's fantastic. Good pitch there to get Eovaldi.
You like that whip?
I like the whip. That tells me something. And when you add up the walks and the hits, it's fewer than innings pitched. So he's not dealing with a whole lot of base runners. And there's a list of the guys who lead the major league. Johnny Cueto having a tremendous year, not getting a lot of support. Tim Hudson has been remarkable. A great sign for the Giants.
Our Toyota trend. Second time through, and Yelich bangs one to left, hits it well, and it's into the ivy over the head of Coughlin, and Yelich streams into second with a one-out double. Christian Yelich has been in a slump that has driven his average down to 242, but in talking to Frank Menechino, Marlins hitting coach, he said the youngster who's just 22 is not panicking.
He has a great outlook. You know, he looked at the game yesterday. He said, you know what, we won. Talking about his ball club. The Marlins had 17 hits, but Yelich was the guy. He was 0 for 5. He's had a good attitude, good approach. He stayed with it and drove that ball well.
So the first real scoring opportunity belongs to the Marlins. Ed Lucas and Giancarlo Stanton, their second time through against Hammel. That one almost hits Lucas.
Hey, it's the third inning. We haven't given you our scouting report on the 31-year-old Jason Hammel. Easy sinker. He's been able to keep it down. He outpitches that slider. He has a good plane because he's 6'6". He's a big guy. And he pitches. He hangs around that low 90s area.
Lucas lined a single to right. And he cracks that one up into the seats. You talked about change of venue for Hammel. Pitching in the American League East with the Rays, pitching in Denver with the Rockies, and then back in the East in Baltimore. That's a double whammy there in Baltimore. It's a good hitter's park, and you're in the American League East.
Yeah, it is amazing, I think, when a pitcher and a guy who likes to keep the ball down, when he's able to change like that, it's certainly shown up early in his first 11 starts this year.
And a strike to Lucas. So I guess if hitters in the National League gravitate to a Coors Field or Arizona or even Milwaukee, it's natural that a pitcher would, especially a sinker ball pitcher, would like to pitch with a slow infield.
Camden Yards has been pretty friendly for Nelson Cruz this year too.
2-2 to Lucas. That did hit him, or did it hit the bat? It hit Lucas.
Where you flash back to when Ed Lucas was hit right at the end of spring training.
Oh, wait a minute here. Lucas dropped the bat, and let's watch this. Now this is, I think that hits Lucas. This is a reviewable play, I believe.
Well, it looked like it got that bottom hand, maybe not. Wood may have got the knob of the bat. That's where it sounded like it got, and that's what the home plate umpire Brian Gorman's going on.
So it sounded like Wood. Lucas, a liner. Bonifacio caught it. So it's a catch, and smartly Yelich hung around second.
Good job by Christian Yelich to not get doubled off. Good play by Bonifacio, and a terrific swing. 2 good swings today by Ed Lucas. Things just didn't go right for Bonnie in Toronto.
No, and they went much better once he got out of Toronto and finished last year in Kansas City. He had a nice run in Kansas City that propelled him here. He actually hit .285 with a .352 on base percentage. In just 42 games, he swiped 16 bags. He was a different player in Kansas City than Toronto, for whatever reason.
Well, the theme for today, change of venue.
That's true. A lot of ex-Cubs wearing Marlin black. A lot of ex-Marlins in pinstripes here. Stanton swings and misses.
I would imagine Ham will really try to stay away from Giancarlo. He did with that slider.
First base open. You do have McGee on deck. Marlins have barreled some balls up and had some hard outs. Lucas lining out to Bonifacio. McGee lined out to Bonifacio.
Stanton has done such a great job, not only with the home runs and driving in runs, but because he's over 300, he's been on base. He's 3rd in the National League in runs scored. He scored 44 runs.
And Hamill stays away and gets it. Stanton strikes out. Yelich left at second. Bottom of the 3rd in Chicago coming up. Still scoreless. In Chicago, and we hope you're enjoying the ball game in the Himmershey Public House in downtown Fort Lauderdale. This is our office window, so to speak. A sunny day at Wrigley Field. And a scoreless ball game. Nathan Eovaldi spins one up there and gets a strike. Chris Coghlan getting the at-bat for the Cubs. Coghlan, of course, a longtime Marlin. 8 years in the Marlins organization. And another breaking ball.
And since we've been talking about draft day, Chris Coghlan back in 06, first-round pick of the Marlins.
Coghlan, of course, had some big moments with the Fish. The biggest, winning the Rookie of the Year in 2009. He swings and misses and strikes out. And so Coghlan goes down. There's one out here in the third. Marlins baseball is better when you share it with your friends. Your photos on Instagram. Get on Twitter, Facebook, or visit On Cloud Conine. It's a blog for an offbeat look at the Fish. Go to marlins.com/connect. Full roster of Marlin players on Twitter. The On Cloud Conine blog has a great, I guess, history of the Miami Sun Sox. And the Marlins will be dressed as the Sun Sox on Sunday. John Baker, our good friend, climbs in. Make the backup catcher here with the Cubs, trying to catch up to a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Wellington Castillo on the disabled list with a rib tweak, so John Baker's going to get a few more opportunities. But took a foul tip off the throat the other night, and there was some speculation as to whether he'd even be able to start today.
Baker last year with the Padres for a brief time. Ended up with the Dodgers in AAA, and Baker rips one foul. John Baker, ever since he was a Cal Bear, has always been able to hit. He had a terrific collegiate career. Drafted by Oakland. Of course, was able to get to the big leagues with the Marlins. We've seen Bonifacio and Coghlan. Justin Ruggiano, who was in the lineup last night, not in the lineup today. Baker, a bouncer out to second, backing up is Lucas, and he gets the out. So Eovaldi has retired the first 8 that he's faced. On Sunday, the Sun Sox, this is from, guess what, late 30s, early 40s? The Miami Sun Sox.
I'm anxious to see it. We had a chance to see the hat back in Miami. It's going to be a cool look.
That's a terrific look, and that's what the Marlins will be wearing on Sunday. This is part of the 100th anniversary of Wrigley Field. This is actually the 101st season in Wrigley Field and the 100th anniversary. Hamill sends this one down the line, foul and out of play.
Boy, you got to love the way Nathan Eovaldi is working. Not taking any time. He's got a great rhythm going out there. He's using the breaking ball. He threw some good breaking balls to Coghlan, and his fastball is as live as ever.
3 strikeouts. Make it 4 as he strikes out Hamill. Perfect through 3 is Nathan Eovaldi. Miami and Chicago opening a 3-game series at Wrigley Field. What a great place to be.
for the game here. Marlins and Cubs playing game 1 of 3 here in Chicago. A lot of former Marlins with the Cubs, former Cubs with the Marlins, including Reed Johnson. And as he visited with some familiar faces, that extended beyond just his former teammates, but also guys he's a pretty big fan of. These are the Chicago Blackhawks out at Wrigley Field to take a little BP, including Patrick Sharp. So Reed was out there the whole time chatting it up. He was a very big fan when he was here in Chicago.
Good. I mean, there's some rough swings early, but I mean, they're athletes, so they figured it out. And a couple guys are, I think, some pretty good baseball players, but Jesus had to figure it out a little bit. But once he started swinging the bat, got some repetitions under his belt, he started swinging the bat pretty well.
That he was talking about there is Michael Jesus, the centerman for the Blackhawks. And Reed actually said he got a chance to meet some of those guys when he was here in Chicago, when they were at a local bar that had a batting cage taking some practice swings. He didn't offer them any tips. He said they were good enough, they could figure it out on their own. And oddly enough, even though they had success when he was here, he never was here when they won their 2 Stanley Cup finals, guys.
All right, thank you, Allison. Casey McGee, a little dribbler. John Baker pounces on it. There's an out here in the 4th.
Rich, can't you just picture Reed Johnson with skates? He's got the good hockey mentality. I can picture that.
Well, a former Marlin that pitched here for a long time was an enormous hockey fan, and that's Ryan Dempster, who would dress up as Don Cherry every now and then with one of those wild sport cars.
Well, now he's doing some work on the MLB network. And he also skated around with Craig in a segment, I remember.
Garrett Jones now. The Cubs, as Tommy pointed out, very aggressive with their infield shift. But they do have, interestingly enough, Luis Valbuena, the third baseman, on the infield grass. Jones has bunted for a hit this year, but only once to my recollection. And now Valbuena, with 2 strikes, backs way up out towards the normal shortstop spot.
I want to say that was in Los Angeles.
It was.
And he also got a base hit down the third base line in LA.
Hamill jams him and he fouls it off.
With Jones getting the base hit in the 2nd inning, in his 32 games now here at Wrigley Field, he's close to a 300 hitter.
Hamill's been solid. Marlins have a base hit in every inning.
It's the only game going on right now, Rich. Everything else is tonight.
Well, it's Friday.
Yeah.
Friday night in the big leagues. Pirates and Brewers are next out of the chute. Got Phillies and Reds in the National League as well. Marlins 3 here in Chicago. All afternoon games. Off day Monday and then 2 in Texas.
The Marlins in a virtual tie with the Atlanta Braves. The Braves are in Arizona to open up a series there.
Atlanta 31-27, Miami 32-28. Jones sends it into the gap and it's going to get down and it gets to the ivy. And Garrett Jones, seeing the ball well, has hit it hard twice. He has a single and a double.
I'm telling you, sometimes that's all it takes. It's just a good mental approach and outlook. The fact that he said he always felt good here, the fact that he said he always hit the ball pretty well here, and what's he done? He's gone 2 for 2.
You hit the ball well here too, didn't you?
I did. I had some good games here. Had some pretty good games here. I did a little research.
And
on my I didn't realize I actually played 59 games here at Wrigley Field. 286 with 4 home runs, so not too bad.
That's a I don't want to say a substantial chunk of your major league home runs.
No, you can say that. you can say that.
I wanted to be polite. And you've probably broadcast a lot more than that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Do you ever have any battles with the Ivy? I know you were a first baseman, but you did see time
I played
in
the outfield here. Yeah, right field could be very tough in afternoon games.
I think Andre Dawson's still out there. Ozuna takes a strike.
The Hawk usually makes this trip with the Marlins.
But we saw him last night on the Major League Draft.
Yes, he was up representing, along with Tony Perez, representing the ball club at the draft. So we won't get to hear Hawk sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
Well, Hawk will tell you that's not such a bad thing.
He does a good job.
Well, it's just good to see him.
Yeah.
The best thing about Hawk singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" is he lets the fans do most of the singing. Hawk's smart.
Hey, he's revered here in Chicago.
He should be.
Yeah. An MVP for the Cubs.
Ozuna with a 1-2 count. Ground ball into left field. It's a base hit. Jones had to freeze, so he'll get to third. Ozuna, big turn at first. And Miami's got first and third with one out. And here comes Echeverria.
Well, Ozuna's nice streak continues. He's hit in 7 in a row. He was 4 for 9 in those 2 games against Tampa Bay. Gets this ball just past Valbuena, but if you're the runner at second base, you have to make sure it's past him, because if it's not, you're going to be out. So a good job by Garrett Jones to just hold, make sure the ball got into left field.
Last year, Adeiny Echeverria bounced into a bunch of double plays. This year, he's been a little better at it, but a lot of it has been where he sits in the order. Last year he saw some at bats up near the top of the order. Obviously the Cubs are looking for a ground ball here. Marlins have some speed at first. Ozuna stole his first bag of the year in St. Pete.
That swing there, trying to stay back, and this is the thing that has really stood out to me about Echeverria all year. And he worked on it starting in spring training with Frank Menechino. He's kept the same approach all year, trying to stay back, trying to think middle, trying to think right center. Even when he's had times where he's hit the ball hard and not gotten any base hits.
Hamill elevates a fastball and gets strike 2.
See, Hamill may be thinking strikeout because he hasn't done that too often.
South Florida Honda dealers bring you Marlins Live pregame tomorrow, 3:30 Eastern. 100 years of Wrigley memories. Jones at third, Ozuna at first, and a throw over.
So what you're saying, Rich, is that tomorrow will be a good day for all our South Florida fans who might have Wrigley memories and might be Cubs fans to check us out. We'll bring back some of those memories.
Maybe a black cat running in front of Ron Santo tomorrow. That's not such a good memory, is it? Ozuna is running, swing and a miss. Baker's throw is high. Jones is anchored at third. And the Marlins get the stolen base. Ozuna, who didn't run at all for the first month and a half, has a couple of stolen bases on this road trip.
Takes a peek over his shoulder, and unfortunately Echeverria with the strikeout.
This is not a hands first slide. This is a head first slide. Watch what happens here. Ugh.
That's don't get me started. That's a wrist injury or a thumb injury in the making. So hopefully Ozuna can straighten things out. Now the problem with the strikeout, and this is where this is a tough situation, why the at bat of Echeverria was so important, is that now Mathis is going to be walked and they'll pitch to Evaldi.
Rich Renteria, skipper of the Cubs. Renteria 6 years on the Padres major league staff. And at 52, his first crack at managing in the big leagues. One of the things he did in the offseason, Tommy, was write a manual the Cubs way manual, and he wanted every minor league instructor, every minor league coach, manager, player, everybody in the big leagues to know exactly how the Cubs are going to do every little detail.
One of those minor league instructors and coaches, Tim Cousins. Another former Marlin.
Yeah, Cousins, the roving catching instructor for the Cubs. Brandon Hyde is the former Marlin bench coach and actually managed in the interim. Hyde bench coach under Jack McKeon. Bags filled, but it's Eovaldi at the plate, and he's run into a couple but fouled them back.
And by the way, Brandon Hyde will be the first to tell you that was a great experience for him to be a bench coach with Jack McKeon, the manager.
Jones, Ozuna, and Mathis. Oh, 2. Breaking ball misses. Couple hits in 23 at bats, and that works out to 087 for Eovaldi. And of course Hamill just trying to throw strikes to the pitcher now, goes 2-2. He threw fastballs and then a couple breaking balls looking for a punch out.
And the breaking balls weren't good ones. Remember, we saw Henderson Alvarez help himself in his last start, get a base hit to keep that inning alive.
Hamill's already at 70 pitches here in the 4th. See, the fastballs Eovaldi is able to make contact with, so you can see the thought process of Hamill. He doesn't want him to accidentally run into one and dump it into the outfield.
He may try that slider again. He'd like to see Eovaldi chase it. That's what he tried to do before.
See what he gets, 2-2. Another fastball, and Eovaldi, for the 4th time in the at-bat, fouls a pitch back.
You and I have talked about this the last couple of road trips now. All of a sudden, the Marlins playing better on the road. Had that awful start in road games, but now they've won 7 of their last 9.
Miami was 3-15.
Wow.
And that was before that last game in Los Angeles, where the Marlins scored all those runs. And that started that 9-game stretch that we talked about. That one is strike 3 called. And Miami leaves them loaded here in the 4th. Hamill shaking his head. Still scoreless in Chicago. Brought to you by Mitsubishi Motors, inviting you to find your own lane. By Publix, where shopping is a pleasure. Visit us at Publix.com. And by Rand Eye Institute. Imagine clear, focused vision without the hassle of glasses or contacts. For more info, go to randeye.com. Out on the lake or in Wrigley, it is an absolutely gorgeous day. Temperatures in the 70s here in Chicago. A lot of people on the lake yesterday and today. The Marlins bus on the way from the hotel takes the lake route. So you can see.
You always had to make sure you sit on the right-hand side of the bus.
See all the beach volleyball going on and the bicyclists and the rollerblading. Well, it's been quite an afternoon so far for Nathan Eovaldi. A very quiet one, actually. He has retired all 9 that he's faced. He has struck out 4. Emilio Bonifacio, Junior Lake, Anthony Rizzo, second look at Eovaldi, who hasn't been piling up the strikeouts over his last few starts like he has in his career, which isn't such a bad thing.
And I think the reason he has 4 today in the first 3 innings is that the curveball and slider have really worked for him. He's been able to control those, and then the fastball, everything works off that fastball. But look at the last 3 starts and you see the strikeouts not that high.
But as well, you see him getting 8 innings against Atlanta. His pitch count here is at 37 with an 0-1 count on Bonifacio.
He's in a lot better shape than Jason Hamill.
Liner to right, Stanton back and reaches up. It almost got over his head.
Now Stanton's playing as we've seen him over the last month. I think we've noticed it even more. With left-handed bats, he positions himself well into right center. Now the question is, we've seen him do that in San Francisco. There he is right there. We've seen him do that at home at Marlins Park. Big ballparks. I'm a little surprised at Wrigley Field because the place where a left-handed hitter, especially a guy like Bonifacio, is going to hit a triple is down the right field line. But that's the place he's going to least likely hit it.
Especially with Eovaldi, who has the highest velocity fastball among starters, at least he did last year. That adds to the equation too. Junior Lake. And Eovaldi a couple of breaking balls out in front, 0-2.
Nothing but zeros.
Junior Lake, 24-year-old Dominican. 64 games last year and a rib fracture. And Eovaldi just missed outside. Lake is in center. For the Cubs, it's been a total rebuild over the last couple of years, as Theo Epstein and Jed Hoyer have had to tear it all down and try to build it back up, and it's not been pretty. And in fact, it's the worst 2-year span in Cubs history. And that's hard to believe because there have been some bad spans.
There's been some bad spans, yeah.
127 and 197 over the last 2 years. Swing and a miss.
There's that hard slider getting the strikeout for Eovaldi.
However, if you're a Cubs fan, there is some light at the end of the tunnel. Chris Bryant, their first-round pick,
having a big year.
Kid from the University of San Diego. He's a third baseman. He's in Double-A. Javier Baez is in Triple-A. Jorge Soler, the Cuban, is in the minor league system now. So the prospects are starting to rise, and the hope for the Cubs. In fact, one Cubs executive said the Cubs would like to be where the Marlins are next year. The Cubs would like to go from a team that lost close to 100 games and then all of a sudden arrives at 500. Now the Marlins are a long way from the finish line, but they do at least start this Friday here in early June tied for first, 4 games over.
And look at Giancarlo with Anthony Rizzo up there. He is well into right center. He is where you would see a lot of right fielders play a right-handed pull hitter.
Stan was talking about playing at Wrigley Field. It's one of his favorite spots because of the fans in the bleachers. He said the fans in the bleachers, the whole atmosphere, it is a good time.
It's a great time. And if you get them on your side, it's even a more fun time.
How are they with you?
Good. You get them on your side during BP.
Feed them baseballs?
Give them some baseballs, talk to them a little bit.
Rizzo also signed to a long-term contract. He and Starlin Castro locked up to long-term deals. And the Cubs obviously trying to supplement around those two as they build this thing up.
The thing that's always been impressive about Anthony Rizzo, and he's doing it again this year, 45 strikeouts but 40 walks. Always a good on-base percentage, a good idea at the plate.
And a good battle here against Eovaldi. Eighth pitch of the at bat. Eovaldi with 2 outs here in the 4th. Another 3-2. It's blasted right center. Stanton, though, wind is coming in. Stanton waves off Ozuna and makes the catch. Not a bad scouting report, Tommy Hutton.
Pretty good positioning for Giancarlo.
And what a day by Nathan Eovaldi. He's retired everyone he's faced through 4. And Cubs. Full day of Major League action begins with the Indians and the Rangers on Fox Sports 1 tomorrow. Baseball night in America. Fox has the Yankees and the Royals. Major League Baseball doubleheader begins tomorrow, 3 Eastern on Fox Sports 1, and continues 7 Eastern on Fox. Rich Waltz along with Tommy Hutton, Allison Williams. The comparison between Jason Hamill and Nathan Eovaldi. See, the pitch count is the biggest disparity, and the hits, obviously. That one off the bat of Yelich into left center. Both outfielders called for it, and Coghlan makes the catch as Lake darts behind him.
Well, remember, Christian Yelich doubled over the head of Coghlan back in the 3rd inning, so still trying to stay with that game plan, but just got under that pitch.
So a pitch and an out for Hamill. Ed Lucas and Giancarlo Stanton coming up. Marlins had the bags loaded in the 4th. But they did so with 2 outs and Eovaldi at the plate, and Hamill struck him out. Lucas has hit it hard twice. Lined a single to right and then lined out to Bonifacio, the Cubs' second baseman. And I figure with Bonifacio, you can't just say he lined out to Bonifacio, because if you've just joined the telecast, you have no idea where Bonifacio might be.
Yeah, you have to explain where he's playing.
He is at second.
He did tell me, though, with all the games and the fact that Castro never misses any games at short, he said he hasn't been at short.
Lucas with the count 1-1. Of course, the Marlins sending Derek Dietrich down to work on his fielding. That gave Donovan Solano some time, and boy, did that pay off for the Marlins. Solano a 3-run homer on Wednesday to help the Marlins to a win. Castro's not going to get that one, and Lucas has a 2-hit day. And Castro is getting up slowly.
Boy, Ed Lucas has hit the ball well every time. This time up the middle. Good effort by Starlin Castro. Just off the tip of his glove. A little slow getting up. There it is, right off the tip, up by the webbing. And sometimes that landing takes a little air out of you.
Yeah, he's still hurting out there at shortstop. Here's Stanton. And Hamill, with breaking balls, struck Stanton out in the third.
Yeah, and he starts him with a fastball, and he got Giancarlo to do something he hasn't done a lot of this year. Got him to chase that slider off the plate his last AB.
Back to the mound. Hamill throws out there. Bonifacio's relay was in time. And the Cubs get a double play. 1-4-3. Still scoreless. In Chicago, both sides talking about the draft, and of course the Marlins had the second overall pick. The last time the Marlins had the second overall pick, they took a hard-throwing right-hander out of Texas. It worked out pretty well. It was Josh Beckett. Last time they took a high schooler in the first round, a high school pitcher. It worked out pretty well. That was Jose Fernandez, and those are the rest of the top 10 picks.
Aaron Nola, you saw that name. We saw that name in spring training. His brother's in the minor league system of the Marlins.
Austin Nola, who plays, ironically, for New Orleans, and that obviously is Nola, short for New Orleans. Jones handles the pop-up, and Eovaldi has an out. Luis Valbuena now.
I seem to mention it every time Nathan Eovaldi gets a start, but it just continues to build up and be more impressive. He's had 30 starts as a Marlin. This is 31st. 25 of those starts He's given up 3 earned runs or less.
That's the range, 98 with a fastball, 74 on the low side with the off-speed pitch.
Could be the curve, could be the changeup.
John Baker before the ball game, and he can talk a little bit, even though he's got
a whisper,
the sore throat. Big follows baseball, and
there's the curveball, by the way.
And he knows that the Marlins drafted Tyler Kolek, second overall, and that Kolek throws at 100, 101, even at 102. He's been clocked. And Baker said, you know what? In a couple years, the Marlins could have an entire rotation of guys that throw in the upper 90s to 100. He's talking about Eovaldi and Fernandez.
Jose Fernandez.
And he said, and Alvarez is a guy that can rush it up there, too. One-two to Valbuena. Breaking ball hit well. Stanton goes back, is there, and makes the catch.
Positioned perfectly once again.
And Stanton has been in that right center gap the whole day long, and he's had a lot of action.
I'm kind of going on the sign in the ivy that gives you the distance to see if Stanton's on the right center side of that into center field, or if he's more into right field. And he's kind of stayed into right center from that sign.
Now Schierholtz, who is struggling this year, pulls it foul.
But I totally agree with you. A lot of it depends. Now, okay, we'll watch this. This is our homework for tomorrow. Tomorrow, Randy Wolf is pitching for the Marlins, who doesn't have the velocity of an Eovaldi. So we'll see how he positions himself tomorrow.
Might not see too many lefties in the lineup against Wolf.
Yeah. Rick Renteria will load up with right-handed hitters tomorrow.
Schierholtz flied to center. 7 fly ball outs for Eovaldi in this ballgame.
He'll have Ruggiano. He'll have Olt. He'll have Barney.
That one's into center. That's the first hit of the day for the Cubs. And so Schierholtz a 2-out single. And here comes Chris Coghlan.
Well, a guy who over his career has been a better hitter than he's shown the first couple of months here with the Cubs. Nate Schierholtz came into the game hitting just .215, but right back up the middle. And that's the first one for the Cubs today.
Schierholtz had a solid year last year. 32 doubles, 21 homers. He slugged .470. Coghlan trying to get the stroke back. And for Chris, it's been a struggle. He's 7 for 42, including a strikeout today.
Chris Coghlan got an opportunity to get called up. He was in AAA with the Cubs when Ryan Sweeney, a left-hand hitting outfielder, was placed on the disabled list.
Of course, Coghlan, who battled injuries the last few years with the Marlins. It started with that unfortunate post-game celebration where he tore a meniscus in his knee while pieing, I believe it was Wes Helms.
Wes Helms.
Lined into right, and Stanton was in the gap, and that's trouble. Chases it down around third. Schierholtz on his way home, and he scores. And that's the gamble you take when you shade into right center.
Absolutely right. You have a guy who's been throwing hard, but who also has featured a lot of off-speed stuff to Coghlan. But he turns on a fastball here. You don't expect Chris Coghlan to hit a lot of balls in that area. But because Stanton was so far over in right center, even though he cut the ball off, it allowed Schierholtz to score all the way from first base.
Here in the 5th in Chicago, the Cubs have their first hit and their first run. John Baker getting an intentional walk. Eovaldi will then pitch to Hamill with 2 outs. So that's got to feel good for Coghlan.
Well, you live by the shift. Sometimes you die by the shift.
Almost 400 games as a Marlin for Cogs. And Baker walks. And here comes Hamill.
I think the thing about Chris Coghlan we'll all remember, number one, the Rookie of the Year season, but the incredible months he had, August and September of that rookie year.
Yeah, that rookie year, 321 average, 390 on base, 460 slugging in 128 games, 162 hits. Last year he was out over 3 months with a calf injury.
He had, Rich, 100 of those hits in August and September. He had 47 in August and 53 in September.
Hamill at the plate, and he's in a similar spot. Remember when he had Eovaldi up there with the bags loaded. Hamill just trying to make some contact here. Eovaldi trying to avoid letting a pitcher knock one into the outfield. He's 0-2. Eovaldi had the first 2 outs in the 5th. Shearholt singled, and Coghlan's double has made it 1-0. Little tapper. Echeverria has it, shuffles, and gets the out. Nice play by Miami shortstop. Cubs are on the board. Chris Coghlan, a former Marlin, does the deed. Miami and the Cubs. There's your weather and your afternoon weather team. Tommy Hutton, Allison Williams, Rich Waltz with you. Of course, anytime the Marlins come near this ballpark, Cub fans get a real uneasy feeling when they think back to 2003 and the Marlins run to a world championship, which had such an odd turn in the road here in Game 6. of the National League Championship Series. So overall, this has been a good place for the Fish.
Well, lifetime, the Marlins are 84 and 82. So it's been a pretty even series over the years.
McGee to right, hits it pretty well. Shearholt's back, looking into the sun, and he takes a step to his right and makes the catch on the track.
That's an area that's going to be tough to hit one out, because the breeze that we talked about earlier is, if anything, coming in a little bit from right field, going right to left. The ball's probably going to travel a little better into left center.
Of course, the sight lines and all of that, and the Wrigley experience includes the rooftops. Ironically, it's the rooftops and the rooftops associations that are fighting right now with the Cubs, who want to renovate this ballpark. The Cubs are prepared to plow $500 million into Wrigley Field to modernize and renovate the ballpark.
They have a giant scoreboard in their plans.
A couple of scoreboards, one in left and one in right, but it's the rooftop associations that the Cubs signed contracts with. Drive to right, that one's well hit, but Shearholtz, with the wind holding it up, is there to make the catch. The rooftop associations, remember when the Cubs wanted money out of them and got money out of them and signed 20-year contracts with all the rooftops and associations? The Cubs actually own a few of the rooftop buildings. Well, that's what the rooftop association is holding against the Cubs, saying, look, you signed a 20-year contract saying we could be here. Now you're going to modernize and put scoreboards up, and you're going to block some of our views. The Cubs say they're just going to go on and renovate without the associations. Okay, but even the players have voiced their frustration that the renovations haven't started to take place with the clubhouses, the concourses, all of those things.
Well, the Ricketts family and Theo Epstein, they're saying that wasn't us that agreed to all that.
The plans look great.
Yeah, they do.
Ozuna, swing and a miss. And it's 2-1. Hamill has been very, very good, just like he has been all year. For whatever reason, in day games, and as a Cubs starter, you're going to get more than your fair share of day starts. Hamill is really, really good in the daylight. That's outside corner. He gets the black. He gets the call. A 9-pitch inning for Jason Hamill, protecting a 1-0 Cubs lead. Drive in and enjoy great seats with the Marlins Flex Packs. Season ticket prices with the flexibility of coming to the ballpark when you want with as many people as you want. Get 20 ticket vouchers starting at just $13 a game. Pick up your Flex Packs today, 1-877-MARLINS, or go to marlins.com.
See the shadows with the game starting at 3 o'clock local time. A little different than a game starting at 1 or 1:30. Because those shadows creep over the home plate infield area sooner. So these two pitchers have been tough enough to hit. It's going to get harder.
Bonifacio ground ball. Jones sprawls. Evaldi's over and is there in time. Nice play by both Garrett Jones and Nathan Evaldi. Bonifacio is 0 for 3.
You know, I think Garrett Jones is starting to get a little more comfortable at first base. When he was with Pittsburgh, he played a lot of outfield. And when he was at first base, they would put in someone defensively late in the game. But I think he's getting more reps, getting a little more comfortable at first base defensively.
Here's Junior Lake. He's lined out and struck out. Not a lot of hits for the Cubs, just 2. But they were back-to-back with 2 outs in the 5th. Nate Schierholtz single and a Chris Coghlan double.
A pitcher will never make this and use this as an excuse. But remember, in that 5th inning.
Popped up. Jones looking into the sun makes the catch.
After the base hit by Schierholtz, which came with 2 out, it was the first time that Evaldi was working out of the stretch. The Coghlan.
MLB Whip Around. Every strikeout, every game ender, every history making moment on MLB Whip Around, weeknights 10 Eastern, Fox Sports 1, and streaming live on Fox Sports Go.
Now, having said that, pitchers, when they take their warm-up tosses between innings, they'll always throw some out of the stretch. But it's just something to throw into the process.
.72 pitches in with 2 outs in the 6th. Rizzo fouls it back. Anthony Rizzo involved in 2 pretty high-profile trades. Boston draft pick sent to the Padres in the Adrian Gonzalez trade, and then to the Cubs in exchange for Andrew Cashner. Of course, the tie that binds, so to speak, Theo Epstein, who was in Boston when the Red Sox drafted Rizzo. And of course, the Red Sox and Rizzo had that real health scare in 2008, Hodgkin's lymphoma. Rizzo recovered. Remember that at the time, reading quotes from Rizzo and his family, that the Red Sox were terrific during that period.
Well, he's certainly blossoming as a young player. He won't be 25 until August.
Another 9-pitch inning. Evaldi strikes out Rizzo. 1-0 Cubs on top. AT&T U-verse rewind. Etch has fond memories of Wrigley Field. One of 2 grand slams that he hit last year. This one was in early September. And it cost a fan a beer there. Saw the beer spill out. Trying to retrieve that ball.
Now let's see. The other grand slam was at Citizens Bank Park.
Jeff Mathis and then Evaldi's spot against Jason Hamill in the 7th. Both starters have been splendid in this one. Hamill in 6 innings, 7 strikeouts and a walk. Evaldi 6 strikeouts and a walk, and both walks by both pitchers have been intentional.
The pitch count has been helped a little bit for Hamill the last couple of innings.
Liner, and Castro was there to get it. Hit it right on the button.
No, the Marlins have hit a few of those. Casey McGee lined out to second the first inning.
Let's check in with Allison Williams. Hey, Dub.
Hey, Rich, Marlins still held scoreless in this game. They do have 6 hits, though, as they try to make it 4 straight road games with 10-plus hits. Certainly a good sign for a team that struggled on the road to begin the year. But you would think coming to Wrigley Field, the offense would continue to click. You go back to 2007, they've averaged 5.13 runs per game at Wrigley. That is the most among any NL team. Milwaukee, a close second at 5.1. So the Marlins have produced here at Wrigley Field, but not so much today, and that average will certainly take a hit if the Marlins can't play a couple here in the last 3 innings. Guys.
All right, Allison, thanks. Mathis takes a rip at a 1-0 pitch. There are 28,495 here at Wrigley Field. Wrigley Field has always been an attraction itself in years where the Cubs have struggled, although that's starting to decline. Attendance has gone down in each of the last 5 years. But you would think with the prospects that we talked about that the Cubs are going to get better. I mean, they've drafted well by all accounts. Their minor league system is in the process of being restocked.
I think a big question and a key for them is what are their plans, and we'll see him probably talk about it a little bit more tomorrow. What are their plans with Jeff Samardzija? Because there'll be a lot of clubs interested at the trading deadline in Jeff Samardzija.
Well, Mathis goes down, 8 strikeouts for Hamill. There's a look at Samardzija.
He's been a Cub his whole career.
Randy Wolf gets the start for the Fish against Samardzija. So a matchup of the Shark against a Wolf. The Nature Channel will be here for a live remote.
Oh, what a play by Hamill.
And a flip to first in a 1-2-3 inning for Hamill, who has retired 8 in a row. It's celebrities usually sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," and these certainly are celebrities.
They were back in the 40s.
If you ever watched the movie League of Their Own, you know that some of the scenes were shot here at Wrigley Field, and those are some of the original members of that women's professional baseball league. There were a few women not from that era that were dressed up as Rockford Peaches, so to speak, here today at Wrigley Field. Starlin Castro cuts on a Nathan Eovaldi fastball and fouls it back. Luis Valbuena, Nate Schierholtz coming up. Bottom 7, Cubs up 1-0. Nathan Eovaldi and Jason Hamill have been dueling inning by inning. Marlins had early opportunities, didn't cash in. Eovaldi did not give up a hit until 2 outs in the 5th, and that's when the Cubs got their run. Schierholtz a single, and then Chris Coghlan with an RBI double.
Boy, and it's been a shame too that Eovaldi hasn't gotten any support, because he's been outstanding.
That's back to the old Eovaldi. He was the least supported starter in baseball ever since he got to the big leagues going into this season. His first 46 career starts, Tommy, 2.83 was the average run support. This year, first 12 starts, 4.9 runs per game for. Slow dribbler, Etch has got to hurry. Castro can run. Ball in the dirt, dug out nicely by Garrett Jones.
We talked about that earlier in the game, the transition from the trop to the thicker grass here, the infield at Wrigley, and how as an infielder, if the hitter has a little speed, you're going to have to charge the ball, and Echeverria did a really good job there.
The grass is thick. It is central cut. Now Valbuena. Went foul back. Now left-handed bat up. We've been watching Giancarlo Stanton where he's been playing. And he's out in right center. Ozuna shifted to left center.
And it's worked for the most part, except for the double by Chris Coghlan.
Wesley Wright, who has been lights out this year.
You got a lot of hard throwers in their bullpen.
Neil Ramirez is the right-hander. The Cubs bullpen has been really, really good over the last almost month. An ERA of under 2 last 22 games.
We have to wonder if Rick Renteria will go to the bullpen, or if he'll go back to Jason Hamill. Hamill's at 99 pitches. It's the top of the order for the Marlins in the 8th inning.
Well, as hard as those two are throwing right now, you would think that.
I got to think he's going to go with the left-hander, because Yelich will lead things off.
Either way, both of those guys have been part of the real nice run by the Cubs pen. And down goes Valbuena. And another strikeout for Eovaldi, his 7th. All right, here is the AT&T fan photo of the game. Hashtag FL fan photo. Let's see what we got. Hut. Dory with a selfie with Garrett Jones.
Yeah, Dory will have that. It's a treasure. Nice shot with the Marlins first baseman, Garrett Jones.
Now Schierholtz, who wrecked the no-hit bid in the 5th and got the Cubs started with a 2-out rally. He scored all the way from first on Coghlan's double down the right field line. As you pointed out, the shadows creeping out towards the plate, and in a few minutes the plate will be enveloped in shadows and the mound still in bright sunshine. Another bullet off the bat of Schierholtz. This one's going to split the outfielders and go all the way to the ivy, and Schierholtz runs well on his way to third.
The way Schierholtz hit this ball, it would have split any gap. Fastball tailed away out over the plate. Ozuna a little bit into left center, but it didn't matter. If he'd have been playing straight up, that ball would have gotten all the way to center field. And you're right. Schierholtz always has run well, so you knew he was thinking 3. Be alive. We know that Coughlin doubled in a run. We also know he can bunt a little bit. We used to see him try that every so often.
Remember, he lined a fastball down the right field line. Sends this one to left. And Yelich is there and makes the catch. Coughlin has swung the bat well in the ball game. Christian Yelich leads it off. Miami down a run in the 8th. Hey, 1-0 Cubs into the 8th. Never too late to download MLB.com at the ballpark mobile app for great features throughout the year. You can check in through the app and earn free tickets. Download the free MLB.com at the ballpark app today. You are here, and that would be on the mound, and that would be Wesley Wright. Wright with an ERA just under 3. He's actually been better against right-handed hitters this year than lefties, and so the possibility is he may face more than one hitter, but he gets Yelich, and Yelich has actually been better against lefties than righties, so go figure.
Yeah, go figure. Right, diminutive lefty. He's under 6 feet. He says 5'11", but he's a little less than that, I think. A good live fastball, cutters and sliders.
See, as a man not of great stature, if I was 5'11", I'd tell everyone I was 6 feet tall. So I would guess 5'10", maybe 5'9", and you stretch it to 5'11".
Well, that's right. I was really 5'10", and I remember my dad saying they don't really check a lot. Just tell them you're 5'11".
Ball and a strike to Yelich. He's doubled, lined out, bouncer, back to the mound. And Wright captures it, gets the out. Game summary is brought to you by Gulfstream Park.
Boy, we've had a couple of terrific pitchers here this afternoon. Jason Hamill, a 31-year-old, and Nathan Eovaldi. And the only little blip on the line of Eovaldi is the base hit by Schierholtz, and then the double that drove in Schierholtz, the double by Chris Coughlin. Former Marlin doing a little damage today. against his former team. But both pitchers were just outstanding.
And the Cubs going to go to the right-hander and bring in Ramirez. It's a quick day's work. He gets the one hitter he faces, Christian Yelich. And the Cubs go back into their bullpen. Of course, like cold hard fact, first place managers in Cubs history since Don Zimmer's major league debut. Of course, Zimmer managed here. Lou Piniella in 2007 and 2008. Dusty Baker in that ill-fated 0-3 season. Ed Lucas facing Neil Ramirez. And a fastball, Lucas fouls it back.
And Rich, our hearts to the Zimmer family, to the Tampa Bay family, to the baseball family for the loss of Popeye, Don Zimmer.
I thought the Rays post-game show on television the other night, the night that Zimmer passed, did an exceptional job, especially Todd Callis, in anchoring what had to be for everybody on that production and the Rays family a very, very difficult night. And Todd especially showed a lot of poise in a very trying moment.
There were some great stories. Of course, Don Zimmer passed somewhere around the third inning, so the players started to find out. Joe Madden, his coaching staff, knew. And of course, a fixture here in a Cubs uniform for a long time.
That's right. Counts 2-2 to Lucas. Ramirez out of Virginia Beach. Virginia area has become a hotbed of baseball. And we see more and more players coming out of Virginia.
Actually drafted by the Rangers. Spent a lot of time in AA and AAA with Texas. Has a terrific arm, live arm.
25-year-old. He got the save last night. Check swing, did not go. Lucas holds. And the count full now at 3-2.
Good job.
Good job and a good call by Tony Randazzo down at first. As we told you, the Cubs bullpen's been hot lately. Ed Lucas has seen 24 pitches today.
Well, he's gotten himself 2 hits, and he lined out to second in his other AB. Making his 9th start this year at second base.
And he swings and fouls it into the glove of John Baker. Lucas strikes out. Here comes Stanton with 2 outs. and nobody on.
Well, this should be a good matchup. Obviously, Giancarlo's never faced Ramirez before. We've talked about his live arm. He's got a couple of breaking balls. And you can see Ramirez is kind of standing in the shadows of the light standard. And Stanton up there at the plate in the shade.
It can't be comfortable.
No.
Because the ball goes from shade to light to shade at a very rapid pace. National League leading 17th homer yesterday in St. Pete. See his last 10 games. And in the top 3 right now in vote getters in the National League to start in that All-Star game on Fox on the 15th of July.
He's chased a little bit today, a little more than he has. Chased that slider off the plate. That's what Hamill got him to do back in the 3rd inning.
Chase is there, and down he goes. And Neil Ramirez punches out both that he faces here in the 8th. 1-0 Cubs. Cubs on top after the game. Marlins Live presented by Checkers. Nathan Eovaldi not getting a lot of run support. Outfield position. Marlins have been aggressive with it. It's helped. Certainly Stanton has run down a bunch of balls in the gap, but of course on the Coughlin double, which scored the run down the right field line, that crossed everybody up. So shifting can help you, and every now and then it can hurt you. John Baker leads it off for the Cubs. Pitcher spot, and then top of the order in Bonifacio. Marlins bullpen is active. Baker's 3rd plate appearance.
No, we talked about the shadows, and it's one of the things with Giancarlo's at bat. It's tough to pick up rotation, a tight slider rotation. We saw him chase that slider off the plate.
At that point, as a hitter, do you rely a little more on release point?
Yeah, you do, and you also rely. It's a little better if you've seen the pitcher a few times, but Neil Ramirez, a guy he'd never faced before.
And Eovaldi,
boy, that's a good pitch.
Breaks out a slow breaking ball. He hasn't thrown that pitch much at all in the ballgame. That's just not fair, really, to a guy like Baker in the shadows. Watch this.
All 3 pitches have worked extremely well for Nathan Eovaldi. He would love to get the last 2 outs here in the 8th inning. Obviously, he wants to see his club tie the game, go ahead.
Here's Ruggiano, and he sends one down the right field line into the corner, and that's a fair ball. Stanton has it bounce off the wall, and that keeps Ruggiano to a double. If it doesn't hit that wall, that may be 3. A 1-out double by Ruggiano. Let's check in with Allison Williams.
Hey there, guys. Today's fans in attendance got this very unique bobblehead from the All-American Girls Professional Baseball League, a player from back in the league that existed from 43 to 54. I'm here with one of those players, Terry. She was an outfielder for the Muskegon Lassies. Terry, take me back to 1949 when you played for the Muskegon Lassies. What was that league, that experience like?
Well, it was very exciting when I first came up because I had never played, like professional ball, and I thought it would be so exciting. And the park in Muskegon was beautiful. It used to be the home of the White Sox, the Clippers, but because of the bad circumstances up there, the White Sox had to move out of there. It was kind of like a depression. There was some big company that was either on strike or something up there, but they pulled out of there and left a beautiful field. And I had my manager was Carson Bigby, who got the only hit off of Walter Johnson in the World Series. He always told us that. So that was exciting to have a major league ball player as your manager,
Terry here is one of 10 ladies who came out to the game, were honored before the game. A few of them threw out the first pitch saying, "Take me out to the ball game." And it's special here at Wrigley because this is actually where they held spring training one year. They held tryouts for the league here. And Philip Wrigley, who was a former owner of the Cubs, helped found this league. So I know you didn't play in 43. You were in high school, but the war's going on and the women get this call to the field. How was it received by the American public?
Well, I don't know if, the movie wasn't a documentary, but, like in the beginning they laughed at them or something. But the girls were very good ball players, and they soon won the people over. And at one time, I think they said over 100,000 came out to see the girls. And we had very good ball players.
And it was competitive, yeah.
Oh, it was very competitive, yes. And we had what you call a Shaughnessy playoffs at the end, like a World Series type thing. And that was very good, I had on the team I played on this one girl, she's dead now, her name was Doris Sams. She was the most valuable player in the league, and she played center field and she pitched. She was terrific. And there was a girl that played for Grand Rapids, I think. They said if she would have been a man, she would have been in the majors. That's how good she was. She was a left-handed first baseman. I can't think of her name now. She was so good, and the pitchers, our women pitched overhand pitching, and some of them pitched double headers in one day. Not unlike these guys, who only go 7 innings and they have to get relief, But our girls, they were really very good. They were very good.
Yeah, there was one year, the final year, 280 women tried out, only 60 were chosen. One other thing, Terry, before I let you go, I have to ask you, not only did you have to play ball, but there was a certain appearance they wanted you to hold up. What was charm school like and the beauty kit that you all received?
I have to tell you that when I came up, I didn't need charm school. I was charming enough, but the reason for that was he didn't want any sense of them being, like girls acting like men. He wanted girls being girls, being able to play ball. Now, they actually did have that charm school thing, but that was, right in the beginning of the league. I don't know if they had that every year, but it was in the beginning of the year. And I will tell you one thing, though, even in 49, we could not wear shorts or slacks even around the house. You always had to be in a skirt.
Yeah.
I don't know when the last time was I wore a skirt.
Times have
right.
Times have changed a little bit, but you know what, Terry? You are still charming. So thank you so much for the time. She's keeping score down here too, guys. Very big baseball fan to this day. Guys, back to you.
That's a terrific interview, Allison, and a great era in baseball. And of course, a terrific movie. I think, I'm trying to remember, I think this Wrigley Field was where they held the tryouts. And the scout brought, was it Gina Davis and Madonna here?
Madonna, Rosie O'Donnell, of course, Tom Hanks, the manager, a former, depicted as a former big league player.
Anthony Rizzo at the plate, runners at the corners. Eovaldi trying to finish here on a check swing and a no swing. Penny Marshall, who we see in a lot of Dodger games, is a big baseball fan. I believe she directed the film. John Lovitz was the scout, by the way, that was here at Wrigley Field.
Always one of my favorites. Look at the pitch count. It's good. Nate would just like to get through this inning. Keep it 1-0.
2-1 pitch, line to left. Yelich over his head. Into the ivy. 2 runs will score. Lake comes across. And the Cubs make it 3-0. Anthony Rizzo with a 2-run double.
Boy, sinking fastball. There's that beautiful Rizzo swing. And this ball jumps off his bat over the head of Christian Yelich. There are 2 things to think about in that situation. I think Mike Redmond wanted Nathan Eovaldi to get through the inning himself. Wanted to give him a chance. But I'll tell you what, if he had a left-hander in his bullpen that he had confidence in, he may have gone to that left-hander.
He's going to the right-hander, Brian Morris, who will come in for Miami. 3-0 Cubs now in the bottom of the 8th. In Chicago, the Cubs with a 3-0 lead in the bottom of the 8th. Anthony Rizzo, the Parkland, Florida kid, with a 2-run double, and he has chased starter Nathan Eovaldi.
Boy, you think about how this inning has unfolded for the Cubs. Remember, with 1 out, and a man at second base, and it's unfolding worse here with a pitch that gets by Jeff Mathis. That one hopper went back to the mound, and there was a little hesitation on the part of Nate Eovaldi. He checked Ruggiano and didn't go right to first. He could have gotten out there. Had he gotten that out, the next batter was Junior Lake, who hit a ground ball or one hopper to first base. That would have been the inning. So there were just some little plays there. Tough play, but just a terrific effort by Nathan Eovaldi today.
8 strikeouts, a walk, and 6 hits. It goes as a wild pitch. And Castro facing Morris here. The count 1-1.
Morris had a nice Marlins debut against the Rays the other night. came in out of the bullpen, pitched a couple of innings, and he's had a nice couple of years, his last couple of years as a major leaguer with the Pirates.
And has pitched well against the Cubs in his career. This is his 9th career appearance, his ERA at 1.08. A pair of arms ready to go for the Cubs. Castro fouls it. Brian Schlitter has joined Hector Rondon.
I think if it stays 3-0, it will be Rondon. And if it gets out of that save situation, it'll be Schlitter. 1 down, many more to go.
So far, so good. And Morris gets the strikeout, punches out Castro, but the Marlins are down 3 and down to their last at bat. How cool is that? The baseballs that they use here for the home games this year have the 100th anniversary of Wrigley Field logo. Don't drop it. Don't throw it back on the field. Cubs turn to their closer, a hard-throwing right-hander, Hector Rondon.
Yeah, not only is he a hard thrower, his ball's a little sneaky, too, so it gets up on you quickly. A little slider to go along with that. Think about it, Rich. I say this, yet we'll probably say it because there's so many former Marlins with the Cubs, but they've been very instrumental in this one. Chris Coghlan, and then the pinch hit double by Justin Ruggiano.
John Baker has done a nice job in a shutout so far behind the plate. And he'll drop the sign for Rondon. Casey McGee takes a fastball for a strike. McGee is 0 for 3. He's lined out, bounced out, and then hit a deep fly ball to the warning track in right field. The ball's not carried well at all here at Wrigley. McGee off the end of the bat, and it's going to fall for a base hit. So Casey McGee sprays a hit into right center. Garrett Jones, Marcell Ozuna, and Adeiny Echeverria next in line. Experience Marlins baseball in luxury. Give your group the true VIP treatment. Legends and Fiesta Suites offer the suite experience on a single game basis. Feature all-inclusive food and beverage menus, premium seats, big screen TVs, personal service, and a perfect view of the game. 1-877 Marlins or go to marlins.com. Jones, after the first pitch, fouls it back.
You know, with the addition of Justin Bohr on the bench, a left-handed bat, and then the two veterans, Reed Johnson and Jeff Baker, right-handed hitters, it gives Mike Redmond some choices.
Well, Redmond would like the inning to get far enough to make some of those choices. McGee's at first. Jones, there's a look at Bohr. This is the most difficult ballpark in the big leagues to prepare as a pinch hitter. There's no tunnel that you can go in and hit and take soft toss. There's really not a lot of room to stretch. There is a small area with a tee and a net, and that's it.
That's about it.
The batting cages here at Wrigley are still all the way out in the outfield underneath the bleachers. Big shift on in the infield for Jones, who has a single and a double. All the infielders wanted to be in the sunshine. And Jones dumps it down the left field line. It falls for a hit. Coughlin picks it up. And Miami with a couple of hits against Rondon, and they'll bring up Ozuna, the tying run. And then, as Tommy pointed out, then you get into the bottom of the order and some pinch hitting possibilities.
Garrett Jones has done the absolute best against the shift of any of the Marlins hitters. Another 3-hit game, and I say another because he was 3 for 5 yesterday against the Rays. So Jones 3 for 4 in this one. And a great job there with 2 strikes to dump that ball into right or into left field.
Well, here's Ozuna, has struck out twice and has singled. Don't have a lot of speed out there. 96 miles an hour for Rondon. That's out. Evens the count 1-1. Echeverria is on deck. Then you get into Mathis in the pitcher spot. And that's where you might see pinch hitters.
There's that fastball that just kind of snuck in under the hands of Ozuna at 95 miles an hour.
Just disappears into that shadow. Counts 1-2. Ozuna got a piece of that one. Late innings, afternoon game, Wrigley Field. And the shadows have crept across the plate and are just about to envelop the mound. Miami down 3, but a pair of hits to open the ninth. Breaking ball, got him. And that's the killer with the shadows. As Tommy pointed out, picking up rotation as a hitter is almost impossible.
That's the toughest part. It's one thing with a fastball, but that looks like fastball when you're a hitter. Just have a hard time picking up that slider spin. And we saw Giancarlo chase a pitch well out of the zone, and Ozuna chasing that one.
So it's Echeverria now. And Justin Bohr is on deck. Echeverria lined out his last at bat. 7 innings of Jason Hamill. One and one. Wesley Wright and Neil Ramirez have built a bridge to Hector Rondon, but he's given up a couple hits. Check swing, no swing.
Think about it, years ago, and they did used to play these 3 o'clock games, and you'd get later in the evening and there were no lights. There were many a game that ended. It was a long game and it was tough to see.
Echeverria fouls it back. Wasn't there a famous postseason game that ended here in the darkness? Back when the Cubs were in the postseason.
And it'd be back before lights. No, it wasn't in 29.
Little pop into right, and it falls for a hit. And Miami has him loaded. Echeverria sends a flare into right. And so the Marlins have the bags loaded, and now Mike Redmond pulls the trigger with Justin Bour in just his second day in the big leagues. Bour is going to come up and pinch hit here against Rondon. Chris Bosio, the Cubs pitching coach, has popped out of the Cubs dugout.
Well, we've seen some outstanding hitting. Garrett Jones and Echeverria just trying to hang in there with 2 strikes, make contact, and they each poked the ball the other way and picked up base hits.
Geico quote of the game. Hello to the Gecko from Chicago. It's from Justin Bour. I never would have thought my first hit was going to be an infield single, but I'm not complaining at all. Little dribbler out towards second was his first hit in his first start. He would end up getting 2 hits and driving in a run. This was his first major league hit.
You know what? He'd take that infield hit right now. Now, Justin Bour in AAA was playing all the time. He was hitting .330. He had 9 home runs. He didn't do a lot of pinch hitting.
Bour fouls it back to the screen.
But he was a productive hitter. He had 36 RBIs. He also had 26 walks and 25 strikeouts. A good ratio.
Out of Centerville, Virginia. Went to college at George Mason. And was a Cub up until last year. At least a Cub farmhand. He had a real nice year in 2012 in AA. He couldn't repeat that year. And the Marlins were able to snatch him off of the minor league Rule 5, off the Cubs minor league roster.
He's a big guy, got some pop. And speaking of pop, his dad is here. His dad was in St. Pete for those games at the Trop, and he made the trip here to Chicago.
6'4", 250, no batting gloves. Grip it and rip it. Bags loaded. 1 out. And a low fastball, and it's 3-1. And things are really getting interesting here.
Kind of goes to those totals we gave you, walks and strikeouts. A pretty good eye he has shown. He certainly did this year.
25th round pick of the Cubs in 09. Bases filled with fish.
He knows he's going to get the fastball from Rondon.
Wind is blowing in from right center. He had a rip.
He got that fastball middle in. Gave it a good rip.
Full count, 1 out. Chopping ground ball to first. Rizzo backs up, flips. He is safe. He's off the bag, and the run scores. Rondon overran the bag. And Miami has a run. There's still only one out.
It's going to be an error, I believe, charged to the pitcher.
And I think Rick Renteria is going to ask to challenge this ruling. And so the Cubs are going to challenge. Here's a look. Ball in back of glove, foot. Boy, I don't know.
Boy, that's close.
Ball has to be in the back of the glove. Super slow motion.
Oh, that's close. Because his toe is sliding across the top of the bag.
Well, the Marlins are going to get a run out of this regardless. What the Cubs want is an out. Was there enough evidence to overturn the call on the field? Has to be clear and conclusive. Call on the field by Tony Randazzo is that Rondon lost touch with the bag.
He's on the bag there. Back of the glove. Is the toe on the bag?
I don't think so. On back of the glove. It's not when it enters the glove, it's when it hits the back of the glove and stops moving. That's really close.
Now, Brian Gorman, the crew chief, they're over there to check in with New York at the command center.
And of course, 2 sets of umpires are in that command center. They're getting ready for a busy night of baseball. This is the only afternoon game.
And right now, this is the only game going on. So all eyes in the command center are on this one.
There may be 8 umpires in there watching this one. And that's one of the things about the command center is there'll be more than one set of eye on a replay. It won't just be one of the 4 umpires that's in there. There will be a variety of umpires. Rick Renteria on the right. Rondon is waiting. So is Mike Redmond. Reed Johnson is on deck and ready to pinch hit. It's obviously a big call because it would bring Johnson to the plate with either 1 out or 2 outs. And Rondon holding a 2-run lead.
And as you pointed out, Rich, it has to be clear and conclusive for them to overturn it.
Now, New York also has the Chicago Cubs telecast replays. We've shown you the 2 best that we have. That super slow-mo actually came from the Cubs truck.
Wow, with that shot, it actually looks like he's off the bag more.
The fact that he reached back, oh, they're calling him out.
Okay.
So the call is overturned. The Marlins will keep the run, but the Cubs get the out. And here is Reed Johnson. Miami's down to their last out.
Well, it's a 3-1 put out. It is an RBI for Justin Bour. We'll see how the little bit of delay, if it has any effect on Rondon.
So it's Johnson, a former Cub, against Rondon. Jones at third. Echeverria is the tying run at second. Johnson lines it right center, base hit. 2 runs will score. This game is tied, and Miami has come back in the 9th.
The former Marlins were instrumental in putting some runs up against the Marlins, and the former Cub does some damage against his former team.
What a year for Reed Johnson as a pinch hitter.
I love the fact that he's so aggressive when he comes up in a pinch hitting role. And Reed Johnson has been just tremendous. His 9th pinch hit already this year. He has 8 pinch hit RBIs. Just huge. He was a Cub in 08. He was a Cub in 09.
Yelich now.
They loved him then. They hate him now.
Rondon, meanwhile, is up to 24 pitches in this inning. The Marlins have 4 hits against him. It's not often that you see a closer blow a 3-run lead or a 3-run save opportunity. But Rondon has done it.
How big is replay for the Cubs right now? With that being an out and not Bohr going from first to third on that.
New York has indicated that the definitive look, the look that overturned the call, was the super slow-mo. Johnson's at first. Yelich fouls it at the plate. Cubs bullpen is active. Brian Schlitter is up. Marlins bullpen is active. Yelich has doubled in 4 trips. Cishek in Miami's pen. 1-2 and a throw to first. Mike Dunn is with him. Both are ready. Yelich takes. Count 2-2. Hits by Casey McGee and Garrett Jones started the inning. Ozuna struck out. Echeverria's hit loaded the bases. Bohr's ground ball scored a run. He was out on the replay at first. Johnson tied it. And Rondon with a backdoor breaking ball that misses. Full count, 2 outs.
A little trouble with the slider. This will give the Marlins a little advantage. Reed Johnson will be on the move with the 3-2 pitch and 2 out. Neither Hamill nor Eovaldi are involved now in a decision.
Both pitched well. Hamill a little bit better than Eovaldi, but not by much. Johnson running. Yelich fouls it back. This is not a ballpark with huge gaps. The big spots at Wrigley are in the corners.
But with the count 3-2 and Reed Johnson on the move, anything either down lines or in one of the gaps, he should be able to score.
And that's where I was headed.
All right, I knew you were.
Another 3-2. Yelich battling at the plate. If you've just happened by, if you're just getting back from work, or a busy day, or
you're getting in on the good stuff,
or school, you've arrived at a good time for the fish. Miami down 3-0 has put 3 on the board here in the 9th against Cubs closer Hector Rondon.
But you saw those 2 big ones for the Cubs in the bottom of the 8th.
3-2 again. And Yelich, an 8-pitch at bat with 5 foul balls. And Rondon's at 31 pitches, which is usually around the time where a manager is about ready to yank a closer. Another 3-2. Got him. Yelich strikes out. But Miami puts 3 on the board in the top of the 9th to tie the game. To the bottom of the 9th we go in Chicago. 3-3. Bottom of the ninth, and the Marlins make some changes here with the pinch hitting appearance by Justin Bour. JT Realmuto has to come in, and that's in Jeff Mathis's previous spot in the 8th spot. And of course, Mike Dunn takes over on the mound. You saw both Cishek and Dunn up. Had the Marlins taken the lead, it would be Cishek. It's Dunn, and he'll try to hold things in the 9th and get the Fish to the 10th.
Mike Dunn with an inning in the ball game yesterday, and had a nice inning on Wednesday against the Rays. So he's been busy out of the bullpen, and he's been effective.
Against Luis Valbuena, the suddenly hot Nate Schierholtz, and Chris Coghlan, who has swung the bat well. Coghlan has an RBI double. Justin Ruggiano, a former Marlin, has a pinch hit double in this.
All three lefties that you mentioned.
A bunt, and it's a good one. Jones has it, gets to the bag.
Stretch out those long legs.
You see a lot of first basemen do it with the glove and go head first. And Jones, I think that's a smarter way. Get the feet there. Don't expose the hands.
Boy, he has to pick it, keep the concentration, and there was that foot getting there. Good job by Garrett Jones. There are some right-handed options for Rich Renteria, but we talked about the fact that he has an extra man in his bullpen. He's already used Ruggiano, so he has Whiteside, his backup catcher, and then he has Olt and Barney as right-handed bats.
Schierholtz, a single in the 5th, and it was an important single because Nathan Eovaldi was perfect for 4 2/3 innings before Schierholtz lined one to center, and then he scored on Coghlan's line drive down the right field line. And that was the first run of the game, and the only run of the game until the Cubs got 2 more in the bottom of the 8th on Rizzo's 2-out double over Yelich's head and left. A.J. Ramos just popped up into the Marlins pen. There's a lot of action going between the dugout and the bullpen because some relievers sit in the dugout, some sit down on the benches.
I think I'd go down to that bullpen right now. It's nice and sunny down there.
Of course, it's such a relaxing place. Remember 2 years ago when Edward Mujica fell asleep in the bullpen.
Not unusual for a lot of late inning relief pitchers. They kind of relax before they come in.
That was taking it to an extreme.
Now working out of the Red Sox bullpen with Andrew Miller and Burke Badenhop as well.
They're getting ready to start play in Pittsburgh, Milwaukee and Pittsburgh, Boston at Detroit, Oakland at Baltimore, St. Louis at Toronto. The next wave of games is the Marlins and the Cubs have played here this afternoon. 3-3. Bottom 9. There's Coghlan. And as Tommy pointed out, we set this telecast up as a series with a lot of ex-Cubs wearing Marlin uniforms and a lot of ex-Marlins wearing Cub uniforms.
And Stanton still playing well over there in the right center. Also set it up with the Marlins playing better on the road, and the Cubs all of a sudden have played better at home.
Pitch bounces up there. The Cubs just swept the Mets in 3. And of course the Marlins won 4 straight against the Rays. Mike Redmond's ball club has won 7 of their last 9 on the road, and that's very significant because before that stretch the Marlins were a league and Major League Baseball worst 3-15 on the road.
Yeah, the Cubs are at 500 at home now, but they've won 5 of their last 6 home games.
To right, Stanton, track, Wall makes the catch.
Boy, a lot of other days. That ball is in those bleachers. And Stanton knows it. This ball was hit well by Sherholtz. And that is exactly why everybody, when they get to the ballpark, players, pitchers, hitters alike, first thing they do, they check the flags. And they're blowing in from right.
Here is Coghlan now.
Coming off the lake a little bit.
By the way, I did mention that I thought there was a famous home run hit here in the dark. It was Gabby Hartnett's homer in the Gloaming of long ago.
That was a long ago.
Yes. Well, that's why we have a baseball historian of the caliber Ethan Cooperson.
That's exactly why he's here. Plus, I think he said he was taking us to dinner.
Coghlan swings and misses. And the count is 0-2. Struck out in the third inning. The double, the RBI double in the fifth, was well hit down the right field line. And then in true Coghlan fashion, he hits a liner to left. Although that one Yelich caught in the seventh. Well, Chris is on, and we've seen him not only in his Rookie of the Year season, but he had some moments as well where he was hot after that. When he's on it, there's really no place to pitch him and no place to play him.
Because he would pull pitches that were pitches you should pull, and he would hit the ball the other way extremely well. But you mentioned the knee injury. He had back problems, a calf injury. So a lot of injuries really kind of stalled things for Chris Coghlan, who is closing in on 29. He'll be 29 a little later this month, so he's still not 30 years old.
Coghlan steps out. Chris, of course, a high schooler in the Tampa area. And an Ole Miss Rebel. 2-2 coming. Fouls it back.
And remember, too, in that Rookie of the Year season, it didn't matter left-handers or right-handers. Chris Coghlan had good swings.
Dunn misses away and runs the count full 3-2. Nathan Eovaldi 7 2/3, 3 runs, and 2 of those runs were late in the 8th inning as the Marlins tried to get Eovaldi through the 8th, trailing 1-0. Brian Morris came in and finished that inning. Mike Redmond's ball club came back and scored 3 times in the top of this inning. Here in the bottom of the 9th. Mike Dunn has 2 outs. He's 3-2 on Coghlan. And it may have hit him. Regardless, it would have been ball 4, and Coghlan's aboard.
And runs well. Yeah, either way, if it hit him or ball 4, he's on first base. Well, you look back to the top of the 9th inning with the Marlins scoring 3 runs. Kind of depicts the way this team has played all year. And Mike Redmond has alluded to that all year, that they just aren't going to say, okay, we'll get him tomorrow. They're just going to keep going inning after inning.
You see the numbers for Mike Olt. Not great in average, but look at the damage he's done. He's got 9 home runs. And he's driven in 24. Olt is a name that has been bandied about the last 2 or 3 years as a top third base prospect. with the Texas Rangers, and finally it was the Cubs that pried him from the Rangers in the Matt Garza trade. Ramos is going to come out of Miami's pen to face Holt. So in comes AJ in a 3-3 game. Bottom 9. Marlins come back to get 3 in the 9th to tie it. And now the bullpen is trying to get it to the 10th. AJ Ramos, who pitched in yesterday's ball game. Ramos went an inning and 2/3 yesterday. So he had a long appearance yesterday. And his breaking ball misses inside. Holt bends out of the way.
Now this is a move that Rick Renteria is making, knowing that he's going to have to use another player because Holt is pinch hitting for John Baker. He'll have to bring in Whiteside to catch if the game continues on.
Whiteside is on deck right now. And Holt takes a strike. There's a look at Whiteside.
Yeah, Holt came to the Cubs in the Matt Garza deal. I mean, everything's in the shade up here, but the sun is still tough out in right field.
Coughlin at first. And Ramos with a fastball, and Holt is behind it. Holt out of the University of Connecticut, a UConn guy, and their all-time home run leader at 44. There's Coughlin.
But George Springer, he's out of UConn, I believe. Youngster making his mark with the Astros.
Almost misses. Remember, Real Muto is behind the plate. It's no longer Mathis. Just his second big league game. Ramos ready. Breaking ball on the way. And he got him. A swing and a miss. AJ Ramos and Mike Dunn deliver the game to the 10th. Giancarlo Stanton is due up 3-3, 10th inning at Wrigley. Link's beef jerky all season long. Jack Link beef jerky. Feed your wild side. That was a done on a bike, albeit a 4-person bike. Here in Chicago, it's the 10th. It's 3-3. Changes for the Cubs. Eli Whiteside comes in, and Whiteside will be in the 9 spot. He's due to lead off in the bottom of the 10th. And Brian Schlitter takes over on the mound.
Kind of a 2-pitch. He's a big guy, tall, so he has that good playing, downhill playing. 2-pitch, good fastball, sliders, and he's got that relief pitcher look.
He sure does.
Got that relief pitcher name too.
He sure does. Ed Lucas, Giancarlo Stanton, and Casey McGee. Lucas a couple hits. All right, are things even out, Tommy, with the pitcher in the shade
a little better
and the hitter in the shade?
It's a little better, yeah. And trust me, we've been saying this all along. It's both teams. It's working both ways.
Absolutely. As is tradition here in Chicago, and we see this in San Francisco, the uncanny ability of the Birds to show up when the game is supposed to be over. The Birds knew it was 9th inning, and they started to circle in for a post-game meal or two. Lucas takes a strike. But apparently on the Bird Network, they didn't get word of the Marlins scoring 3 runs in the 9th.
Yeah, they had Ron Coomer and Pat Hughes.
Lucas didn't look like he saw the ball at all. Late on a fastball. And there's one out. Here comes Stanton.
Yeah, this one, again, every once in a while you can tell that a hitter just doesn't pick up the ball by the way they swing. Of course, that's big news in the Chicago area. After 90 years on WGN radio, the Cubs will be moving to another station.
WBBM? You even saw Stanton flinch at that pitch. I think the bright background.
It's still tough.
Hitters are having all kinds of problems. And there is a slice of sunshine that cuts between the mound and the plate.
Keep in mind the home plate umpire has to deal with this as well. There's that sunshine.
Brian Gorman. It's out. Cubs have not fared well in 1-run games. They are 5-10. Stanton had a rip at a fastball. Marlins are 13-8 in 1-run games. That is strike 3 called. Stanton didn't see the ball either, Tommy.
Yeah, this is rough right now. And to the other side, not that it helps, but the Cubs are a little more used to it. The Marlins in home games have a constant at Marlins Park, and coming from the Trop, which is a nice background certainly to hit in. Wow, fastball right down the middle. Right down Michigan Avenue.
Miracle Mile. The start time on a Friday, a 3 o'clock start on a Friday, is the first Friday 3 o'clock game of the year.
Once school gets close to getting out and summer approaches,
get your bucket of beer and your flip-flops and your sunscreen and get to Wrigleyville. A pretty good chunk of this crowd up and left with a 3-0 lead, and Hector Rondon on the mound in the ninth.
A few have tried to beat traffic. A few have hopped on the L.
Schlitter keeps trying to catch that outside corner. McGee isn't biting. The red-hot Garrett Jones is on deck.
We'll see if Casey McGee gets that 3-1 fastball.
McGee had a hit to lead off the ninth. That was the start of the unraveling of Rondon. Strike.
He got it, but it was a pretty good one. It was on the outer part of the plate.
They've actually turned the lights on here at Wrigley Field. To right, Schierholtz dives, and did he get it? He caught it, or so it appears. Nate Schierholtz, hold on, McGee is still at first, and Mike Redmond is coming out. The Marlins, I think, are going to challenge this. They called it a catch, I believe. Yes, they did. Here's a look. Nope, that's not a catch.
Bounced in his glove. It's a great bit of acting and histrionics by Nate Schierholtz to hold it up, but the ball hits the ground first.
Terrific effort.
And to be honest, from the naked eye from where we are, I thought he caught it. But seeing that replay, no, the ball hit the ground. And that's a real chancy play by Schierholtz, because if that ball gets by him, Casey McGee's at third base.
Well, the challenge that the Cubs won when they overturned the call at first, I think neither of us had a real good feel on where that one was going.
I think we have a better feel on this one.
I think so too. It's pretty conclusive. This one won't take long.
This one shouldn't take 2 minutes and 55 seconds.
No. In fact, with the other games just about to start, I'm sure that the umpires in New York, and they've told us this, on a call like that, oftentimes they will have already watched the call before the umpires get to the headphones. At least I hope they would have already watched it. And so you would think this would be pretty cut and dry.
The ironic part about that statement is that I've not seen that go into effect in most of the replays, even in the ones that appear to be pretty cut and dry, as this one does. That you would think by the time they put the headsets on, the guys in New York would say, hey, fellas, that ball hit the ground, he trapped it, let's go.
I mean, if we saw it with our replay, they have the replays that are available to them.
What else do they need to see? Do they think there's a replay that he caught it?
Well, there's always where do you put the runner, but in this case, he wasn't going to go to second anyways.
No. I mean, it's a good play by Schierholtz to keep the ball in front of him.
And so the umpires have rendered their judgment. The Marlins win the challenge, and they keep a challenge. Both teams still have a challenge left.
So that one took 1 minute 35 seconds. And there's the ball. The great effort, and even more so by Schierholtz keeping the ball in front of him and not letting it go into the right field corner.
So McGee's at first. The Cubs into that severe shift for Jones, which hasn't bothered him a bit. He is 3 for 4 with a double. McGee bluffs, and Schlitter misses outside. Again, for a guy like Jones, this is a tough day to hit a ball out to right. The wind is coming off the lake and into right, from right, towards the plate at about 18-20 miles an hour. We've seen a lot of balls hang up in right center.
But you talked about it. Garrett Jones has been on fire. Jones with a 3-hit game yesterday against the Rays. He has 3 so far here today.
Outfield is deep. McGee doesn't have a lot of speed. That's under his hands. It's 3-0, and he's a ball away from bringing Ozuna to the plate with a runner in scoring position. There's a strike.
With Jones up there, see, yeah, was it a strike? No. See if Schlitter stays with the fastball.
It was well out. Jones, a little ground ball out to second. And the out at first. Bonifacio makes the play. And the Marlins leave a runner. To the bottom of the 10th we go. Mobilizing your world by your South Florida Honda dealers and sfhondadealers.com, and by Florida Power and Light. In Chicago, 3-3, bottom 10, Marlins and Cubs. Over 28,000 at Wrigley. At one point, you can see some open landscape out there in the bleachers. A.J. Ramos came on, got one out in the 9th. He will start the 10th, and his breaking ball misses to Eli Whiteside, with Emilio Bonifacio and Junior Lake coming up.
Whiteside, a career backup type catcher, was with the world champion Giants 2010, backing up Buster Posey.
And Whiteside swings at a fastball. It's 1-2. Dan Jennings in Miami's bullpen. Marlins have gone through Brian Morris, Mike Dunn, and now Ramos. Cubs have gone deep in their bullpen. Wesley Wright, Neil Ramirez, Hector Rondon, and Brian Schlitter. Safe to say that both bullpens have emptied their best, save Steve Cishek, who has not pitched for Miami. And of course, as a road team, you keep your closer.
We saw Cishek tossing, but I don't think he got totally ready, so he's okay. and staying warm down there in that little bit of sunshine. It's still in that area.
Breaking ball, Ramos. Both teams having trouble seeing the ball in the shadows here.
And you have to know that if you're a pitcher.
Oh, I think especially Real Muto knows it, because every time he's been able to get 2 strikes, he's put down breaking ball.
He's back there trying to catch it, and now you got that little strip of sunshine out there right on the mound.
But you know what? Every team in baseball strives to be in these conditions at the end of the season in October. Was the tradition in baseball, the postseason, the shadows in October.
Tell you, when AJ Ramos is in the strike zone, his stuff is just tremendous. Where he gets in trouble is when he walks hitters, because he has an assortment of pitches. He's not just a 2-pitch guy out of the bullpen.
Cubs had a 3-0 lead in the ninth, and the Marlins rallied to tie it. Bonifacio in the 8th inning hit that comebacker that Eovaldi knocked down, and then looked the runner back at second and did not throw to first.
By the time he regrouped and saw first base, it was Bonifacio running, and he didn't have a play.
Liner left, Yelich over, makes a running catch. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 10th. And Junior Lake comes up. So both teams fully invested in this one. Bullpen, benches, fans.
This is one of those investments that pays off big for either side. If the Marlins win, it's a huge investment. And if the Cubs lose, it goes the other way. This is the guy you want. Anthony Rizzo's on deck.
Lake swings and misses. Dan Jennings is in Miami's pen just in case he gets to Rizzo, you would suspect.
But if AJ Ramos makes one more pitch just like the last 2, you won't have to worry about Rizzo. He went.
He went, and Ramos goes 1, 2, 3 through the Cubs in the 10th. To the 11th, Marcelo Zuna coming up in a 3-3 game. By Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Now we know where the crack staff was this morning. They didn't show up to the ballpark till late. On Lake Michigan. Those are called scenics in the business. 3-3 game. It's the 11th. The birds are circling. They want dinner. The bullpens have been used extensively here. Schlitter will continue on. Ozuna leads it off. Echeverria and then Real Muto for Miami. Schlitter gave up a hit, the McGee hit, but struck out a pair in the 10th. He pumps in a fastball for strike one.
You saw Ozuna with that base hit. He had a stolen base also in the 4th inning, but his other 3 ABs he's struck out. But just been terrific. His last. Oh, there's another shot.
Right back up the box. Ozuna
right back at you.
Leads off the 11th. And here comes Echeverria. We'll see how Miami plays this now. You've got speed at first. You've got Echeverria at the plate. And Real Muto is on deck.
It's one of the things that Marcell Ozuna has done extremely well for the most part. He gets in those little funks, but when he stays inside the ball and drives the ball that way up the middle, boy, he's a terrific hitter that way. And good to have a little speed at first base, too.
Let's see if Echeverria's bunting. Schlitter over to first, probably to see if Echeverria tipped his hand. Valbuena about 10 feet on the grass at third. And you can see Rizzo having to hold Ozuna. Ozuna trying to tuck away the bling. Remember on that headfirst slide, he had everything flying open. He had chains and medallions banging into his face. His hands got caught. His head hit the bag. It was not a pretty scene. It was a stolen base, though. Edge tries the bunt, gets it down. Whiteside, did he touch it? It's a foul ball. That was close.
Wow. If he had touched it, it would have still been in play. The thing about Ozuna, Rich, I think, and I would hope, and certainly being around Brett Butler, down the road he'll become a little better base stealer, where he could give you 15 to 20 steals.
Counts 0-1. Cubs bullpen is active. Miami's bullpen is active. Cishak is up and ready. Carlos Villanueva in the Cubs pen. Echeverria, good bunt. Schlitter picks it up and gets the out at first. So Miami has a run in scoring position. And in his second ball game, after a 2-hit, 3 RBI effort yesterday in St. Pete, JT Realmuto is coming up.
You know, Echeverria has done a real nice job bunting this year. He's gotten some bunt base hits, but believe it or not, that's his first sacrifice bunt of the year. But nicely done.
One of the reasons why I suspect is that he's usually in the 8 spot with the pitcher behind him.
He hasn't had a whole lot of attempts.
3rd round pick, 2010. Realmuto is just 23. Midwest City, Oklahoma. Is that where Matt Kemp's from?
I know he's from Oklahoma. The thing about Realmuto is, as an 8 or 9-year-old, he was on a Little League team with Andrew Heaney.
And they would have ended up at Oklahoma State had Realmuto not signed with the Marlins. Which is out. He had a sweet swing. He's really, according to a lot of the Marlin people, taking a big step forward offensively this year. Not trying to pull the ball as much as he had last season, really spraying it, and has big numbers from Jacksonville. Ozuna, the runner at second. He tried to yank that one.
He got a high fastball from Schlitter. The one thing you love to see in young players, and it's what we've been told about Real Muto, he's improved in all facets of the game, in his receiving, in his hitting.
By the way, Matt Kemp is from Midwest City, Oklahoma. Kemp went to Midwest City High School, and Real Muto attended Albert High School. One and two. And a good at bat right now is Real Muto battling with Schlitter.
You know, it could be a good thing, it could be a bad thing. The fact that Real Muto's been back there catching and seeing how difficult it is for the hitters to see the ball. And now he's that hitter. So either he's used to it or he just realizes it's going to be a tough assignment.
One, two. Ground ball. Bonifacio spins, throws. He's out. A bang bang play at first base. Ozuna arrives at third. And the Marlins are going to bring Jeff Baker up as a pinch hitter.
Well, what a play by Bonifacio. We've seen him do this time and time again. A lot of range, and he has enough on the throw. He's always had that good throwing arm that he got enough on it just to get Real Muto. In the meantime, Ozuna's at third base.
Well, in this spot, the Marlins have fired two ex-Cub bullets. And one was Reed Johnson, who had the big hit in the ninth. A two-run single to tie the game. And now here is Jeff Baker.
Well, Baker in 69 games with the Cubs in 2009 hit .305. Came back the next year, hit .272 as a Cub. Hit .269 in 2011.
Ozuna, 90 feet away.
A couple of those years, one of his teammates was Reed Johnson.
This is a season high for Schlitter in terms of pitches thrown. There's a chopper to third. Valbuena has it, fires across in time, and Schlitter gets out of it. The Marlins leave a runner at third to the bottom of the 11th. 3-3. Well, the ninth inning, the Marlins were down 3-0.
Yeah, some good ABs. The balls weren't hit all that hard. Casey McGee, Garrett Jones, how about Echeverria? But great at bats to make contact. Justin Bour made contact. Close play was reviewed, but Justin Bour was called out. He picked up the RBI. That was the first run of the inning. And then the big hit of the inning on the first pitch he saw, Reed Johnson picked up the pinch hit and drove in 2. And on the year, by the way, Reed Johnson, when he hits the first pitch, he's 7 for 14.
Anthony Rizzo leads it off. So Dan Jennings is in. Rizzo, Castro, Valbuena. It's got to be a pretty satisfying feeling, Hut. I'm sure you felt it as a pinch hitter, and you were a good one in the big leagues. You come in, you get a big knock, you tie the game, and now you get to sit and watch.
Yeah, especially it drives in a couple of runs. Yeah, it is. Now you're a spectator. You're rooting for your team.
Your day can't get any worse. It can't, be any better. Rizzo reaching for it, fouls it. Dan Jennings. On the dirt, Real Muto has to block it.
Reading a note on Anthony Rizzo. Look at the numbers against left-handers. 4 home runs and a .333 batting average.
Jennings the 4th to work out of Miami's pen. And Rizzo, a slow roller. Echeverria is going to have to come on the first base side to make the play, and he does. So an out here in the 11th. Along with Tommy Hutton and Allison Williams, Rich Waltz with you in Chicago, where the Cubs seemingly had it in hand, a 3-0 lead. In the top of the ninth, they had their closer on, Hector Rondon. They had just swept the Mets. They had a nice run going by the bullpen, and you just saw the Marlins' ninth inning to tie it. Jennings runs that one, catches the corner for a strike. So here we are in the bottom of the 11th, Miami and Chicago. Starlin Castro with an out.
Talking about the feeling of a win or a loss, it's also a tough feeling if you're the Marlins if you don't win this game. The fact that you were down, the fact that you had such a nice ninth inning, you came back to tie it off their closer. So it's games like this you want to win.
That's why I referred to it as that both teams are heavily invested.
Yes.
And the longer it goes, the bigger the investment grows. Sharp breaking ball. And Jennings gets a strikeout. He's got 2 outs here in the 11th. And, of course, for Mike Riven and the Marlins, they opened this day almost a month after Jose Fernandez injured his right elbow. The Marlins opened this day tied for first place, which is quite extraordinary.
The Nationals have been playing a little bit better. They have Ryan Zimmerman back. He's been playing left field. Of course, the Mets dropped a little bit after being swept by these Cubs.
Evening games in the East are underway. Pittsburgh has scored first on Milwaukee, 2-0. Oakland's got 2 on the board, a 2-0 lead in Baltimore. Valbuena. Little tapper deep in the hole. Tough play. Echeverria. Wow. He's safe. But what an effort by Echeverria. A leaping throw, and he threw a dart.
A leaping throw, and I can't believe how much he got on that throw. I don't think he can either. Look at this. In the air, it's of the Derek Jeter type, but Derek Jeter, I don't know if he ever got this much on the throw. That's a great effort. It was going to be a base hit all the way. He made it extremely close.
The one thing it does is it brings probably the Cub who's had the best swings all day to the plate, and that's Shearholtz. You'll remember that Shearholtz broke up Evaldi's day. Evaldi had 4 2/3 perfect innings until Shearholtz hit a bolt into center for a single. He ripped a double in the gap in the 7th, and then hit a ball in the bottom of the 9th that many thought was going to get out of here into the wind, and it landed just at the base of the wall in the glove of Giancarlo Stanton. Another liner. Echeverria's got it, and this ball game is headed to the 12th inning. Etch holds it. Marlins and Cubs still playing in Chicago. Smarja going for the Cubs. Randy Wolf for the Fish. Wolf coming off a terrific start his last time out. And of course Smarja's had a very nice year for the Cubs. And this was Wolf, who was much sharper in this start than his initial start with the Fish. This was against Tampa Bay. Struck out 7 in 6 innings work.
A few changes for the Cubs.
Just a few?
Yeah, just a few. Their whole outfield alignment is a little different. Junior Lake moves from center field to left field. Bonifacio stays in the game, goes from second to center. Chris Coughlin is in right field. And Darwin Barney's the new second baseman. So the pitcher will bat in the spot of Shearholtz. And the pitcher is Villanueva.
Yeah, the Marlins have the top of their order with Yelich, Lucas, and Stanton. Villanueva pours in a strike. 5th reliever to work for the Cubs.
Now we've talked about the power arms, a number of power arms out of that Cubs bullpen. Villanueva, not one of them. He'll throw 87 and 91, but he's not mid-90s guy.
But a guy that knows how to pitch.
Yeah, he does.
Was in the starting rotation.
Got a little bit of everything. Kind of like an A.J. Ramos, not just a 2-pitch guy out of the bullpen.
And as the day grows long and night gets closer, the battle of the shadows is starting to subside. Yelich a double in 5 trips. Struck him out. Yelich goes down. So went out here on the 12th.
He just paints it and just got a piece. So no one left on that Cubs bench, and the only extra man Mike Redmond has available is Donovan Solano.
Lucas swings and misses. Lucas, a couple hits early in the ball game, a couple strikeouts late in the ball game. And fouls that pitch back to the screen. Well, the one thing here that Rick Renneria has is he's got a pitcher that can give him multiple innings. Marlins still have Kevin Slowey available if this thing gets drawn out. Lucas, a broken bat. Rizzo gets the out. And let's see if Giancarlo Stanton sees the ball a little better. His last couple of at-bats, Stanton has not looked comfortable at the plate, and he's got company. A lot of hitters have had some tough at-bats late in this day.
It'll really be interesting to talk to the hitters tomorrow and find out about how things looked, at least the second half of the game.
You, the fans who are still in the sunshine.
They're in the sun field.
Lights have been turned on for almost 45 minutes now. Stanton had a good rip.
Yeah, he did.
Looked like he saw it pretty well. It's been one of those days where Stanton just hasn't really been on it. He's 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts. The good news is that, and we've seen days like this from Stanton this year, they don't last.
That's the good news.
He's not, this year especially, not gone into any type of slump. He'll have a bad day, and the next day he'll rip 2 or 3 line drives and a homer.
Well, he had a couple of hits, a home run in that final game against the Rays yesterday, 2 RBIs.
Villanueva misses away. 3-1. Big guy might get a fastball here. Although Villanueva, as you pointed out, has an assortment of pitches coming out of the rotation when Jake Arrieta came off the DL. He got a fastball, and he missed it.
Yeah, the Marlins will see Arrieta on Sunday. Boy, fastball.
Breaking ball gets him. And Stanton goes down. A 1-2-3 inning by Carlos Villanueva. Bottom of the 12th coming up.
the Marlins and Cubs game 1 of 3 here at Wrigley Field. And we want to remind all the fans out there, vote for your Marlins to get into the All-Star game. Here's the updated balloting in the American League. Cabrera, Trout, Bautista in the outfield. Infield with Jeter, Cano, Cabrera, Donaldson, and Nelson Cruz as the designated hitter. NL totals, Giancarlo Stanton for the Marlins working his way into that starting lineup along with Puig and Blackmon in the outfield, Tulowitzki, Utley, Gonzalez, and Arenado in the infield along with Yadier Molina. And you can keep on voting. We'll have new updates for you on the latest results Sunday for the American League, Monday for the National League. The game is July 15th on Fox, so get your votes in at Marlins.com. You can also vote on Twitter. Guys?
All right, thank you, Allison. Chris Coghlan, Darwin Barney, and then Eli Whiteside are scheduled. And Dan Jennings continues on. He'll pitch the bottom of the 12th. Coghlan active today. RBI double, has walked. On that All-Star ballot, Giancarlo Stanton is into the top 3 in the National League outfield.
I'd like to see some votes for Marcell Ozuna.
Coghlan liner in the left. You can really see Coghlan swing today. He's been on a lot of balls.
I'd like to see some votes for Casey McGee. But yeah, Chris Coghlan has had very nice swings today. The double, he lined out to left field one time. And there's that solid line drive swing there.
Chuck Hernandez on his way out. The other guy that's it's nice to see on the American League side, Josh Donaldson, and a guy that is underappreciated nationally, just a terrific talent, and a guy that was a former first-round pick of the Cubs.
You like to see the A's getting a little national love.
He was traded by the Cubs with Sean Gallagher, Matt Merton, and Eric Patterson to the A's for Chad Godin and Rich Harden. And that's one of the ways that Oakland has been able to build their roster with trades like that. Donaldson has blossomed in Oakland, and of course Oakland is coming to Miami the end of June. Coghlan with a base hit. Barney swing and a foul tip, or just a drop ball. Coghlan was running. He's at second. I think it's a stolen base. Realmuto did not handle the pitch.
That was a tough pitch. Yeah, it bounced in front of the plate. Tough pitch for any catcher to handle.
Yeah, even if he handles it, he's not going to throw Coghlan out.
And Coghlan, as we mentioned, runs well. Boy, this really sets it up for the Cubs with nobody out.
It's a tag play at third, and Barney, not a good hitter, trying to bunt. He goes after it. It's 0-2.
Okay, it's been a struggle for Darwin Barney. His best year was 2011, and they thought they had themselves a second baseman for a long time. He won a Gold Glove the next year, but the batting has been a struggle for him the last couple of seasons.
Swing and a miss, and Darwin Barney strikes out. Coghlan is still in scoring position. Eli Whiteside comes up.
That's a big strikeout and some real good pitches from Dan Jennings.
Well, if Mike Redmond's on his way out to the mound, and I think Redmond is going to make a change here. You got Bonifacio following Whiteside. And Redmond's going to bring Kevin Slowey into the ballgame. So Slowey enters. Cubs have the winning run in scoring position, 1 out. autographing caps, making friends, and rooting on the Cubs. Haven't seen that cap on him before.
Been coming out here since the 70s.
Who was your teammate that chased him down the street?
Willie Montanez. He was banging. Ronnie Woo-Woo was banging on the team bus after the game, and it annoyed Willie, and he ran out of the bus and chased him down the street.
Kevin Slowey now facing Eli Whiteside. Chris Coughlin with good speed at second. He represents the winning run here in the bottom of the 12th.
Well, Mike Redmond making the move because Slowey, a right-hander. Whiteside struggled his last time at bat, his only other at bat in this one against A.J. Ramos.
A strike. Whiteside didn't like it. And that one just barely out. Right off the black, so to speak. 0-2. Got him with a breaking ball. So down goes Whiteside. Bonifacio comes up.
That's the 15th Cub to strike out in this one. And if the Marlins are able to work out of this inning and take it to the next frame, the key at bat for the Cubs was Barney's, especially after Coughlin stole second.
Fastball, a strike. Now the Birds, Tommy, have decided just to stay on the field and demand food. They've been circling for 3 innings here. You can only circle so long before you go to the Navy Pier and try to find dinner there.
Well, when you're trying to land at O'Hare, you can only circle until you run out of gas. So they're out of gas right now.
They knew it was a 3 o'clock game. They knew at about 6 o'clock that everyone would be leaving, and they'd have plenty of morsels and drop popcorn and maybe some hot dog buns to munch on for dinner. 0-2. Got him. Breaking ball. Kevin Slowey comes in and strikes out Whiteside and Bonifacio. And this game does go to the 13th in Chicago. 3-3. Thirteenth inning, and they're out to tend to the field, make sure everything is in its spot.
And this has been great for our fans back home, because this game has gone from drive time to prime time.
And many people are probably about an hour ago turned the game on thinking it was a night game, and it was sort of. It was actually a day game. It started 4 o'clock Eastern time.
They may have gotten that 9th inning scoring. The Marlins scoring 3 and tying it in the 9th inning.
Down 3-0. The Fish came back to tie it. Casey McGee to right center field. Coughlin is out there, and he makes the catch. We've been telling you for a while that when the Marlins got here, the Cubs have been doing throwback jerseys, and they will do it on Sunday. And the Marlins are going to wear the Miami Sun Sox uniforms from back in the 40s. And so that's kind of the look that you'll see. I would think the pants will be a little baggier than usual. It's the 100th anniversary of Wrigley Field. Here's Garrett Jones. It's an interesting setup now. You've got 2 pitchers who are relief pitchers in this game, but starters in other lives. And both have started games recently. So Slowey and Villanueva can go for a while if need be.
As can Villanueva.
That one's out behind second. And it's caught there by Valbuena. 2 outs here in the 13th. And Marcell Ozuna comes to the plate. The Marlins have had a hit in 2 of the 3 extra innings. Ozuna had a single to open the 11th. Echeverria sacrificed him to second. Real Muto was robbed of a hit on a nice play by Bonifacio, who was at that point playing second. Bonifacio's in center now.
Each team, Rich, and just looking at the totals, each team in this game has struck out 16 times. Wow. Well, Evaldi and Hamill each had 8. Ramirez for the Cubs had 2. Rondon had 2. Schlitter had 2, and Villanueva has a couple. AJ Ramos had 3.
Ozuna blasting a home run yesterday. He's hit 11 on the season.
That guy with a blanket came prepared, because when the game started, he had a bathing suit on. Getting some sun. He had his dark glasses. Now he's got the blanket. He's nice and warm.
You can see the birds flying in and out of the shot from that camera.
They don't know where to go right now.
No, because they're just bitter that the game's not over. And there's some nervous fans down below as the birds circle above the grandstand. I mean, did you see her look up? I mean, she was concerned. Thankfully, we are undercover. The camera guys are held captive right now out in center. And Ozuna swings and misses. Whiteside throws him out, and the Marlins go down quickly in the 13th. Carlos Villanueva, 2 innings of scoreless relief. made the show twice. And it leads you to wonder that if the Cubs had on their broadcast side a Frank Fort, if they haven't already done inside the Cubs Ronnie Woo Woo.
And you know, over all the years, who Ronnie Woo Woo's favorite Cub is?
Well, probably Hawk, right?
Andre Dawson.
Kevin Slowey into the 13th. Junior Lake lines it center field, base hit. Ozuna picks it up. Lake has speed, stops it first.
The Cubs may have to activate their first base coach in a pinch hitting role. Eric Hinsky.
That's right. Hinsky retired last year. In his first year as first base coach. He may be the biggest first base coach.
As game goes longer, we may see Carlos Zambrano. But a key for the Cubs here, they have speed in Lake at first base.
And they have some thunder at the plate with Rizzo.
And you keep knocking on that door, and the Cubs have had a base runner each of the last 3 innings now.
Young catcher, JT Realmuto behind the plate. Rizzo, right field, deep, and gone. And the Cubs win it. The 99th at bat of the game. 36 players, 12 pitches, or 12 pitchers. 373 total pitches, and Anthony Rizzo walks off. And the Cubs are hot. They've won 4 in a row.
Well, we talked about how they've been playing better at home. They've won 6 of their last 7 games now at home.